how you slew them all, harems 2 by 2. Like the Zulus, they had knives and bows and arrows. Of how bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened all the natives to the marrow. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Gilshandra. Let us hear you tell how you stand a brave Parnell and taught him well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Gilshandra. Come out and fight without your guns. Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Gilshandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Gilshandra.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, chat. That's fucking right. How are we all doing? It's good to see you. It's me, your boy, Donkus Jonkus Monkus. Coming at you hard, coming at you fast, like a northern bullet. We got a real normal stream for you today. Really normal. Hosted by a normal boy. That's right. Yesterday was a big one. Really cool. Thanks so much to everyone who came out. It was great. Hanging out with Soph and Nat. I just love them so much. They're my good friends. Oh, I've still got the chat sat there. Wait. We can't have that now, can we? We can't have that. We can't have the sweet chatters being over there. There you go. There you are. And I think normally I have you above the oh god, chat, what's happened? I've fucked everything up. There. We have you over here, not behind here, because you're more important. Yeah, how's it going? It's good to see you all. We got some awesome people in the chat already. We got Nada161, we got Death in the Lovely Italian, we got Goblin Hugger. Everybody go follow Goblin Hugger, they're amazing. And thanks, as always, to everyone lurking away, supporting from the shadows. Extremely important. Yeah, what have we got for you today? Obviously, yesterday, like, just a really good stream, like a really good video. I'm so happy for Sophie. I just think it's a really great piece of work. Yeah, I didn't have too much time after the stream because obviously we were streaming for like 5.5 hours yesterday. So yeah, just like lots and lots of thoughts about it, but just mainly how it's like, this is how we start, right? This is how we start. This is how the online left starts having this connection to the offline left, right? It's like she said in the video. You know, more and more people got to start doing it. More and more people just got to start thinking like, all right, what are the issues that I am dealing with in my place of existence, right? In my community, wherever I am. And what do I do to tell people this is how you know what I mean? How do I get involved? How do I like tell people this is how you could get involved and shit like that? And it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy, right? Because there's a lot of people in the US that like have like a lot more kind of like anti-protest, anti-organizing rules and stuff like that, which sucks. Obviously, there's places like that in Europe, you know. There's places like that in Europe. Like the UK definitely does its fair share of that. But yeah, you gotta get involved with something, whatever it is, as long as it's safe and possible for you to do, you know. Nada161 says going fine. Finally started to read Berserk. Incredible. That's great. Yeah, it's just like at the start, it's just such a laugh. Like looking back, I was reading it. I went and met my friend who's another streamer, Apple Zapper, who you should absolutely go and show some love to, by the way. Now, what's her username? I don't want to fuck this up. I'm pretty sure it's just Apple Zapper, all one word. Let me try. Apple Zapper. That doesn't look right. Oh, it is. That is her. Yeah. Yeah, go follow Apple. She's great. Great. Hey, Shafiq, how's it going? Welcome in. Is that song just called Come Out You Black and Tans remix? I'll give you a link in chat and I'll tell everybody who's listening or watching the VOD where to find it. It's called, Come Out You Black and Tans Eurobeat remix. Let me just click on share. There you go. There's a link to that in the chat. Hello, Prince. How's it going? Had a bad weekend, but your Segal VOD on YouTube really cheered me up. I'm sorry to hear about the weekend, but I'm glad to hear that I could be there for you in content form to make you feel better. That means the world to me. That's the reason I do this, you know? Anyway. Yeah, so I was talking with my friend Apple. I went for a coffee with her on Friday. And, oh, man, she was talking about, like, but Guts is just such an asshole. She was like, I was watching your video on Berserk, and I thought it was really good, and I wanted to get into it. And, like, he's just such a dickhead in the first few volumes. And I'm like, he's just really bad. Really bad. Luckily, if you get in the deluxe volumes, he's like only a dick for the first one. So it's obviously like a big book, like a big thick manga. And he's like a dick for most of it. But then towards the end, it goes back into his past. And then you start to realize like, oh, okay, like, you know, this is what Miura was thinking when he was thinking like, okay, how can I make people understand like what would make someone that angry, like what would make someone that ragey, like that mad, like scared to be touched and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, it's like, yeah, that's when it starts to get good. That's when it starts to get like very, very meaningful. My knee is much better today. Yeah, I saw in the Discord. I'm really happy for you. Yeah, I was like, oh my god, like just of all the things to happen, you know, like injuring yourself when you're lifting, not good. Like it could be the worst, right? It could be the worst. Really can. So I'm glad it's better. Hey, Risk Adverse, how are you doing? Good to see you. What have you been up to? What's your weekend been like? Yeah, and I didn't even, you know what? I should ask everyone what their weekend's been like, because I didn't even get a chance to probably speak to you yesterday because we were doing the whole fucking Sophie and Nat stream. So, yeah. Didn't get a chance to chat with the chat as much as I normally do. So, doing all right, thanks. Good to hear it. Coming and going from the computer. No worries. Yeah, what did I do over the weekend? I just, like, met up with a couple of people, like, helping them out with their, like, housing stuff. So just, like, slowly getting back into activism, you know. Hey, Awesomeo, how you doing? Good evening to you. I'm like also trying to like get as many peppers as I can out of the pepper plant. So I've been like trying to like pollinate more and more of the flowers, and it's hard. It's actually quite hard to do. So yeah, it's I'm kind of getting worried. I'm like, damn, if I only get 2 peppers out of this plant, then oh my god, I can't believe it. I've not maximized the whatchamacallit. I've not maximized the whole fucking what do you call it, yield. But I think I'm happy to just get like 2 peppers from the first pepper plant that I make, right? I think that's pretty good. Queen Pip, hey, how's it going? I allegedly broke Kira's TV. I was watching. Yeah, what else did I do at the weekend? Oh, yeah, I played like an embarrassing amount of RimWorld. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I you know, and I was lurking. I was lurking away in that stream for sure. Hey, B-Rat, what's up? My money's still on Ruffian breaking the TV. Yeah, like, it just really, yeah, horrible. Such a bad time. I'm so sorry that you didn't get to, like, you know, knock around with your old Wii and shit like that. I think that's what you were trying to play. You were trying to play some Wii games. Yeah, really unfortunate, but no drama. Shit happens. It looked like you all had a great time anyway. And I thought that was like really sweet. It was such a nice, you know, thing to watch. Really nice to watch, like, people that I know making friends. Just so sweet. Loved it. Loved seeing it. Really wholesome content. If you don't know, chat, Queen Pip went down to see Queen Pip and Queen Pip's partner Rio, like, went down to see Kira at the weekend. Might still be there for all I know. Actually, I don't even know. But yeah, really cool. Really cool. Ruffian won't go near the TV scene. Guilty conscience. It's a guilty conscience. What's an embarrassing amount of RimWorld? Because the normal amount is, oops, I forgot to sleep and now it's sunrise. Well, yeah. Look, it's different for different people. Let's not speculate, you know? Let's not speculate. I'm slowly getting closer to not being homeless properly, and a CMOS battery turned out to be dead, so that was annoying, and I also watched the director's commentary stream and talk too much. Ashrand, welcome. How are you doing? I'm really happy that you're close to not being homeless properly. I'm so sorry. I didn't even know you were in that situation. Christ alive. Well, that's great news, and I hope it continues to get better. Dermot the Rat, hello, how's it going? Where can I find the VOD for The World Is Not Ending viewing? It's not up yet because of Twitch's exclusivity thing. I can't upload it till tonight, so it will probably be available, like, what time is it now? Like 7. Like, I upload VODs from the previous day the next at the end of the next stream. So depending on how long we go for tonight, I'll probably get it uploaded, and then it will probably process after about, they normally take like 7 hours. So I want to say, let's say I go till 11 tonight, 5 a.m., 6 a.m. So if you're in the UK, probably tomorrow. But if you're in the US, you could probably catch it a little earlier. But if you want to hit up the VOD channel anyway and be ready for the upload, it's there. It's the last YouTube link. You can hit it up there. So yeah. Hey, Hell to Pay, how's it going? But yeah, I played a bunch of RimWorld, and I was lurking away in Kira's stream. That was just like, yeah, really sweet. I love that shit so much. Like, because it means a lot to me, right? Because that's why me and Sophie are friends. It's like, you know, just reached out. Like, I was like, you know what? I need some, like, actual political YouTuber friends in real life. And this one that is, like, kind of connected to me, like, definitely knows some people that I know, in the chat at least. Like, yeah, I gotta reach out to Sophie. And I asked her, and she was like, yeah, great. Let's hang out. And we did. And, yeah, now she's literally, like, my best fucking friend. If I lived in London, I wouldn't stop hanging out with her, honestly. Like, she's just, like, the coolest woman alive. And Nat too, like, Nat is so sweet. Like, they're both, like, really awesome. So, yeah. So, what we got for you tonight? Well, let me tell you. We're watching Big Amy with the big news. As you can see in the title, we're going to crack on, find out what's going on all around the world. And then we're going to check out. So, Non-Compete does this great thing where they upload some documentaries sometimes with... you know, just to give it more of a fucking a boost kind of thing. And this one that they uploaded 5 days ago, it's called How Fascism Serves Capitalism. It's something I talk about a lot, right? It's something I talk about a lot. So, you know, now you're gonna see why, right? It's all connected. I was too rude to my centrist enabler, and I need a new one now. This is a good thing. No idea what that means. I'm so sorry. Like, centrist enabler? Don't know what that means. Feel free to expand, though. So there you go. Hey, the Woodbug, how you doing? I've not seen Sophie's new vid, saving it for my trip to Brum on Thursday. You will not be disappointed, I promise. It's a video adaptation of a Parenti talk. What, this? Oh, great. Fucking brilliant. Okay, cool. Yeah, EJ and Luna are great. Yeah, their streams are great too. Yeah, like they're on way too late for me, unfortunately. Like, you know, I am staying up like kind of late at the minute, but like not that late. Not that late, unfortunately. Yeah, so we're gonna jump in, Big Amy with the big news, and then we're gonna check out that. We should have time after that because it's only like a half an hour long thing. And then we're going to check out a review of Shaka Zulu, which is a film from 1986. And it's from Third World Misexplores. Again, Third World Misexplores, like, criminally underrated channel. Like, I'm going to do a post about this video because I think she just deserves so many more views, so many more fucking subs. Like, really good, interesting, whatchamacallit, of South Africa's apartheid, right? We watched that one video of hers on apartheid, which was really good, and she's got like a whole series on it, so we're gonna check that one. Yeah, nothing but bangers today. And then if chat's good, we're gonna be checking out some food videos. So I got Soul Food the Right Way, and I started watching this on Saturday because I want to make it, but actually I thought, you know what, no, let's fucking check this out together because it looks real nice. Soul Food the Right Way, buttermilk fried chicken. Not one for the vegans, obviously. I apologize, but yeah, I'm down for like making this pretty fucking soon. So we'll check that out. And then we just got like little bits and bobs today, really. We've just got like Carl Sagan testifying before Congress in 1985 on climate change. Some guys who recreated, they do like practical effects. They've recreated like the nuclear explosion from Oppenheimer. So I got loads of candy for us today. And then maybe later on, if we got more time, we'll check out a video from Marxism Today, who I thought had made a cringe video about Sophie's, no, not about Sophie's video, about How to Blow Up a Pipeline, the film. But as discussed yesterday, it's not actually cringe. So I was going to watch that and be like, this is wrong. But we're not doing that because apparently Marxism Today is really based. I've never heard of him. Was it Marxism Paul? So, you know, we'll check him out later on in that video in particular. Ashran says, my enabler is someone who comes around because I'm disabled. He's also the most brunch-pilled lib you've ever seen, and he left because I kept laughing at his insipid, tepid bullshit politics. Yeah, like, you know, like, the thing is that you gotta weigh up, like, what is good and what is bad for you, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, and if you can be friends with someone whose politics are like that, like, good for you, more power for you. But I completely understand where you're coming from, Ashrand. Like, you know, someone like that is not going to understand how, you know, voting is just not going to help anyone. Some of the most marginalized people in our world, like, you know, GRT people, disabled people, trans people, right? You know, and that shit is like extended to like migrants as well. Like, you know, voting is just not, especially in the UK, right? I don't know where you're at, Ashrand. I think I remember you saying that you're in the UK, but they're just not gonna understand how, like, that very, you know, limited way of thinking. And it's rough because sometimes, you know, you can really empathize with someone like that. Like, I can empathize with people like that for sure, because I used to think like that. I used to think you can just vote. You could just vote those problems away. But, you know, when you get unplugged, there's no going back, right? There's no going back. So, yeah, I don't blame you for getting that guy out of your life. Fucking brunch pill shit really annoys me. Really annoys me. Just get the Tories out, you know? There's a bunch of content creators who are saying stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like this guy, Danny Price on Instagram. I love him to bits. He's got some, like, really based ideas, and he even spoke recently about, like, how the Labour are just not offering, like, a viable alternative to the Tories. But he still talks about getting the Tories out, and it's like, come on, man, have you not, like, put, like, two and two together? The only time him and I have, like, interacted is when I commented on his thing about, like, just vote to get the Tories out, and there were loads of people in the fucking comments going, yeah, Labour's not much better, bro. Like, yeah, that's not really going down too well with like the most marginalised in society. And all I did was comment cringe, and he was really mad about that. And I was like, okay, Danny, I've got your attention. Like, let's chat about this. Let's chat in DMs. But he didn't get back to me, so I'm desperately trying to like chat to him because he has a huge platform, and he's like, he's on the way to like getting there, like really, really based. He's based in general, but like he's just this far away from being super based, And I don't hate him. I don't think like he's got like harmful views or anything like that. I just think he's his heart is in the right place. He's just still got that very like neoliberal idea that like you could just vote that shit away. More and more people are going to wake up to this. More and more people are going to wake up to this. I think the thing that we all have to remember is we got to be real about our politics. Like, our politics are getting like more and more popular, but we're still in the minority. People are just going to have that idea. And again, like, not their fault. It's the way that we're all taught. So yeah, it's you got to pick and choose. That's what it comes down to, right? Do you have the energy to be friends with that person? No? More power to you. I'm a sucker for like believing people can get better, so I will desperately, just be like, listen, you're this close. But sometimes that just pushes people away. So, that will actually like, stop these people from associating with me anyway. So there you go. But yeah, a good thing to like, discuss, right? Because like, what do we do to like change these people's politics? Because if their heart is in the right place, where it's like, yeah, we know loads of bad things are happening, so I'm just gonna vote. How do we get to them? Do you know what I mean? How do we get to them? Right, yeah, if you don't push back against this stuff, it's never gonna get better, right? This is the thing. You have to literally be like, stop, right? Stop. Hey Odnon, how's it going? Luna and EJ are wonderful humans. Yeah, I think you might be a little bit late, but everybody go follow Odnon. Can I get a shout out for Odnon, please? Hey Middle-earth Marxist, how's it going? We're discovering big things like Muel's throbbingly huge love for all base comrades. I do have a throbbingly huge love for all base comrades. It's true. It's difficult for folk who are somewhat comfortable to see how bad things are for some of us. It's so hard because it's that individualism, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm all right. I'm okay, so, Chat want to catch me up so Muel can keep going? No, that's not happening. Odnon, just refresh. Just refresh the stream. You're not going to miss anything. Most of my friends are good people, but the neolib indoctrination is deep. Right. Yeah. Like, there's definitely something to be said for, like, debating liberals, right? Because the reason that you don't debate a fascist is because it's a waste of time. Yeah, that's so obvious. You could argue the same with neoliberals, like just liberals, whatever, like, center-left people, moderates, stuff like that. But I think we got more chance of, like, explaining to people like that, things need to get better, and the only way that can happen is with direct action and organizing than fascists, right? Because fascists know that you need to do direct action and organizing, but they don't do it to help people. They do it to like fucking murder people. Hey Kusi, what's going on? Long time no see. Good to see you. It's been great, like, seeing a couple of like people from like a while ago like pop up in the stream. It's good to see you. He got probably angry when I started talking about conflict cobalt. Yeah, that's cringe. That's cringe to get angry about that. Because it's a very, like, cut and dry issue, right? It's just... so ridiculous. I kind of like lecturing people on Ancom theory, so I keep ranting at all my friends and co-workers when given the chance. So far, none of them have disliked it. I even had a great discussion about fat phobia with a half dozen co-workers a few weeks ago after work. This is good shit. Odman says it's thoroughly unhelpful, but I love talking about a lot of Ancom theory, but not use the scary words right away. And it's interesting to see how much an average person agrees until they hear those words. Yeah, as soon as you use the word communist, right? A lot of Americans love leftist politics, but the well is deeply poisoned. Yeah, in America it's different to the UK. In the UK it's different to America, different to France, different to etc. all over the world, you're gonna have different experiences. You know, like there's no way. I went for coffee with a guy like from Lithuania today, I think. Lithuania, wherever Vilnius is, wherever that is, and you know, someone who's lived in Lithuania like their whole life, you're not gonna use the C word. Definitely not, not if you meet him like straight away. Do you know what I mean? Because this is the thing, right? It's like different things mean different things in different places. And imagine, yeah, like if you're like, because some people only associate Christianity with like the Crusades, right? Some people only associate communism with Stalin, right? So, nay gay, nay gay. He was saying his electric car was a personal moral issue. And I went, I agree. Now let's look at the morals of your car. Right. And then he saw that as an attack on him. Because that's mostly what people do, right? Like, especially liberals. Liberals love to do this. When you point out that, like, something that they're doing is racist, they love to be like, I'm not fucking racist. How dare you? I can't believe you'd say such a thing. That's ridiculous. There were so many black people at the racist thing that I did. When you're not even talking about, like, anti-black racism, right? You're, like, talking about another kind of racism, but you're just, like, you know, no. If your answer, like, I just think that it's so easy, right? If someone says you're being racist, the only answer should be how, right? Because if you don't know, then you need to know. The first thing that you shouldn't be doing is going, like, that's not true. I'm not racist. How? You don't even know what I'm talking about. You don't even know what racism, like which race I'm saying that you're being offensive to, and all this stuff. Like, so incredibly funny. Like, just it's, you know, yes, the car that you have is a personal moral issue, but the way that your car has been created and stuff like that, like, you know, and you know, you kind of have to in a way, because you can't say, like, you've been brainwashed into thinking that, like, that's a good idea, right? Because who's going to react well to that? No one's going to react well to that. It's like an attack. Like, you have to be like, you have to let them come to the conclusion themselves. It's like, so, you know, they think that by selling us these, like, greenwashed items that, like, you know, we're just not going to stop. We're going to stop talking about fossil fuels and shit. But, like, someone is just going to be like, but I know that what I've done is the right thing. And, like, already they've seen that that's, like, too much of an effort, you know? It's hard. Because he said, I was in a shit place, had to cut back on anything that made me think about the world too much. Good to be back, though. I'll never chastise anybody for taking a break like that, Cussy. Completely agree. I get that entirely. I have the advantage of being in a former Yugoslav country, so no one except fash or right-wingers are really opposed to communism in principle or name. Fuck yeah, let's go. Buzz in. Every fucking time. By the way, I don't know if I've said, but you should follow Queen Pib. If you're not following Queen Pib and you're in my chat, what are you doing? What are you doing with with your life? She's amazing. Let's get her another shout out. Shafiq. Anyway. Liberals, stop essentializing everyone, including themselves, and just stop doing the thing challenge. Yeah, I agree. For us Americans, it's the Puritan mindset that labels good and bad. Labels good and bad. That's another thing to deal with when talking with lib. It's even a thing to deal with when talking with leftists, because that shit goes deep, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, that fucking, you know, we've spoken about that on the channel, and it is like very, very, like, just young people, like, just getting into politics, just getting into, like, really extreme politics. And, like, it's funny, right? Because it's kind of cute in a way. It's like, you'll get, like, people saying things like, oh yeah, well, you know, asking someone if they want a chili is like, it's cop behavior or something like that. And it's only because all these things that have been, like, normalized to them since they were, like, a baby are being revealed to be, like, actually really bad and nasty, right? So they just think they're brainstorming, right? A lot of these young people are just, like, brainstorming, and that's why it's like, yeah, it can be annoying, but, like, I'm never gonna make a video talking about, like, people who have just discovered leftism and they haven't quite killed the cop in their heads, you know? Like, because these people will eventually grow to be, like, some of the most powerful leftists. So it's one of them, right? You know, that puritanism, the lack of understanding of like a gray area, like admitting that like some of the answers are not quite set up there. Like one of the best things that I really try and encourage people to have a discussion about is like prison abolition, right? Because nobody has like a clear idea of what prison abolition looks like, and it needs to be spoken about because that is one element of like breaking out of neoliberal mindsets and capitalism, right? Like that we need to really do. Like we need to have to like really, you know, break that mold. We have to have those discussions. So like, you know, you have to admit that there are like things that we don't understand, because there's no point in saying things like, well, if someone is terrible and they keep doing terrible things, then we just exile them or lock them up. It's like, well, what does that do? How does that solve that thing? If those people are still doing those things, doesn't that mean that fundamentally as a society we haven't quite changed properly and shit like that? These are things that we don't quite know yet, and it's good to have discussions about them, right? You know, it's okay to be wrong. Like this is a big thing for men, all the men out there, all the cis men, you know. You you know, aren't quite ready to like hold your hands up and admit you're wrong. That's like a big thing, like one of the best liberating things that you can do as a person. On the other hand, communist is a no word in Poland. Yeah, just as I was saying, like Lithuania, right? Hey Yoshiol, how you doing? The last time I saw him gave him a pin off another streamer that had Tony Blair's face on it for when you're out door knocking for Labour, and then he went, well, I don't expect that to be popular, and then just realized what you just said. Yeah. Anyway, not making this about me anymore. I'm free. I didn't see that. I didn't think that I was making it about you. I didn't think that was you making it about you. I thought it was a good discussion to have with a chatter in the chat. This is what just chatting is all about, right? We're warming up to the stream. I'm like, you know, we're building the parasocial relationship. Soon you'll be so you know, enamored with me that you'll just give me all of your money, and I'll be like, don't worry, you'll get enlightenment soon. You'll get enlightenment soon, comrades. Conrads. Just loads of Conrad Zimmermans watching my stream. Hey Adorable, how's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. Anyway, should we look? It's been nearly 40 minutes, so you know, stream admin time. Today is the last day that you can unlock the double feature movie night, right? If you want to watch, right, two Dungeons and Dragons features, not this weekend but next weekend, right? And I've said that it needs to be £450. I get it. I've not been streaming for too much. Maybe I'm asking for too much this month. I understand. I get it. It's completely understandable. So let's say £300. That's definitely achievable. Whoa!
Donation for the Clone Conrad Fund. Awesomeo,
thank you so much for the 1312. What a nice number. We could all just write that number in the chat, and that would be great, wouldn't it? Thank you so much. And you're right, you will be putting money towards the Clone Conrad Fund. It's something I've only been discussing with, like, you know, my tier 3 patrons on Patreon, you know. So this is why Awesomeo knows about it. But I'm starting a thing. I'm trying to clone Conrad. Look, like, there's too much work that Conrad needs to do. We need to clone him and start, like, you know, we're doing slave labor with Conrad. That's what's happening. This is a bit, just for clarification. That was sarcasm for anyone who can't read it. Anyway. Hey, Uni the Dino, how's it going? Good to see you. But yeah, anyway, so that is amazing. Thanks for subbing off Twitch. Thanks for supporting the stream, Awesomeo. Whoa, Queen Pip!
Cool number.
Why is she sounding like a Scouser? Cool number. Thank you so much, Queen Pip, for the 1312. Another 1312. You can just put that in the chat. Listen, that means, chat, that there's only £93 or like £92 16 pence. Wow, I did that maths pretty good, didn't I? £92 and 16 pence. That means that if there are like, oh man. If we get 45 people in the stream today, that would be like £2 each. Or if we get like maybe it would be 9 people donating £10, or 18 people. That was why I was thinking of number 18. 18 people donating £5, right? And then we've got a double feature movie night. Then we'll be watching the bad Dungeons and Dragons movie with Jeremy Irons and the good Dungeons and Dragons movie from like, I don't know, what is it? Like 2019 or 2017 or something like that. I can't remember. It has like a suffix. But we'll be watching both of them if we hit that tonight. So think about that. Being tough on crime means putting more people in the box. Right. Prisoners in the box you dehumanize people in. Yes. Does make them more likely to do more crime when they come out. Correct. 1312.
3, 1, 2 train.
Hell yeah. Hell to pay. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Well, fucking fungal gnat just nearly threw in my mouth. Nearly just flew in my mouth. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're even closer now. 8 people. 8 people. Or 16 people doing £5. And of course, I would only ever ask you to donate however much it would be for a sub in the country of your existence, if you're financially able to, etc., etc. What was I going to say as well? The reason that we ask you to sub off Twitch is because Twitch is a terrible platform. They don't actually, like, you know, do anything good for any marginalized streamers or any small streamers or anything like that. They've made some terrible decisions which have made things a lot worse to stream on this platform. And it is, of course, my full-time source of income. So please consider that. If you donate to the stream, it means that 100% of the money that you donate will come to me and not to your boy Jeff Bezos or whoever is in charge of Twitch nowadays. I don't really know who's in charge of Twitch nowadays. But it also means that we can unlock those cool incentives. It means that I can pay my bills and my rent and feed myself, like, which is really important stuff, you know? So anyway, there you go. There's the spiel. There's the stream admin done. Thank you so much for the donos so far. You're awesome. You inspired me to get my PayPal fixed, to be honest. Yeah. You got to do it. 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 I've always, like, pulled in more money via Twitch when I've done the PayPal thing, right? And I don't know, maybe this is how I'm, like, not growing so much. I don't know. Twitch is like a weird thing. I don't really care about it too much. Like, I'm really happy with the community that I have. Obviously I would like to grow because it would mean less pressure on the community that's already here, because, you know, I don't like putting pressure on people, especially when it's like I've not streamed for so long. I've definitely, like, lost a bit of audience and stuff. Anyway, you know what I mean? Like, even then, it's like, you know, I've managed to pull in, like, so much more fucking dough. And maybe it means that, like, you know, Twitch is pushing me down in the recommendations or whatever. But then even more fucking reason to say, fuck you, Twitch. I'm not making my people sub for you. Do you know what I mean? I'm not making my chatters sub on Twitch. So there you go. Better for chatters because it's way more flexible. Right, like, I'm not going to run ads on here. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to do that. Like, you'll get the pre-roll ads. I'm sorry about those. I can't stop them. But believe me, I get no fucking money for that shit. You know? If you have more Conrads, Red Planet gets better. It makes sense. It's true. It's completely true, Ashran. So that's why we're multiplying Conrad. We're giving him, you know, it's like a Conrad factory farm, really. Like, that's kind of what's going down. I can't even joke about that shit because it's so fucked, right? I can't. Anyway, no more jokes. No more jokes. It's time to get fucking serious, right? It's time to get fucking serious. Put your serious caps on along with your hazmat suits, chatters, because we're about to jump into the politics zone. Oh my god, can you believe it? Where am I typing that? What the fuck? Where did that go? Okay, anyway, never mind. Game. Let's see. Let's have a little look. Everybody can see the chat good and stuff like that. Alright. There might be more spin-off Doctors episodes too. Wait, what's that? Spin-off Doctors episodes? Of what? Wait, what? What is that? You could run 30 minutes of ads and it comes out to like 12 cents or something. But anyways, yeah. No funny business. No funny business. No funny business. It's Big Amy with the big news. Standard procedure, folks. You know, content warning for... I should share. I don't know why I don't share democracy now in the chat when we do that shit. They're leftist content creators. Go and show them some love. Do you know what I mean? It's one of it's the most left-wing, the most honest news team in the USA. So go and check out Democracy Now! Conrad and Steph doing video game movie reviews. Oh, yeah. I know what you mean now. I thought you meant Doctor Who. Okay, never mind. Anyway, right. Let's do this, chat. Standard content warnings, imperialism and violence. You know the score.
DemocracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Hey, Amy.
A grand jury in Georgia's
Everybody say hi.
Donald Trump and 18 others, charging them with organizing a criminal enterprise to
Oh yeah, shit. We should probably do something about this today, right? We should probably talk about Trump because that's going down, right? Okay. Rearrange some stuff. We'll figure it out later. I'll find something else. Yeah, we'll find something else. We'll look at the Donald Trump stuff. Yeah. Hey, Johnny. How's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you.
Return the 2020 election results in Georgia.
Everybody go follow Johnny.
Trump faces a total of 13 counts in the indictment. Others indicted include former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, several of Trump's attorneys.
Why is his date of birth redacted? I don't understand.
Including Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Sidney Powell, and Jenna Ellis, as well as former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark. This marks Donald Trump's fourth indictment in justice. Sorry.
I'm a bit ignorant of this. What's the RICO treatment? What's that? He's a raid boss. I don't even know what that means. Look, chat, you know I'm a himbo. I don't know all this popular stuff. You're all talking about really popular, trendy stuff. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what any of this means.
Over 4 months. The 41
he did everything right and they indicted him.
Built around Georgia's RICO law, which is often used.
It's a law against racketeering and organized crime. Okay.
Used to go after organized crime.
Oh. I'm making the chat do the work when Amy's got it all under control.
Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis.
Every individual charged
True.
in the indictment is charged with 1 count of violating Georgia's Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act.
Now this is in Georgia, right, chat? So this is mostly about the something to do with the votes or something like that, you know. And in Argentina, we have to vote between 2 right parties. I'm seething. Oh, you got like the bad guy from Colombo, right? I saw Kara tweeting about that. What's his name? Javier something, and he's got like the worst opinions ever. Soliciting vote fraud. Right. The best part is this happened in several states, so it could keep happening. Right, but is it going to happen at the federal level? Hey, Vi Blumen. I don't know if I said hi to you earlier. How's it going? Yeah, is this going to happen at the federal level as well, or is it just in states? It won't mean anything, right? He could still run. He's an anarcho-capitalist. Cringe. Oh, I'm so sorry, Yosiel. Well, this is why voting is the is not the answer, is it? Because it's fucking rigged.
Through participation in a criminal enterprise in Fulton County, Georgia,
okay, Ashran,
and elsewhere, to accomplish the illegal
Gotcha, hell to pay.
goal of allowing Donald J. Trump to seize the presidential term
Donald
office
Trump,
beginning on January 20th, 21.
D.A. Willis opened the probe after Trump pressured Georgia's Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger in January 2020.
Oh, that phone call? I just need 11,780 votes. Yeah. He's a fucking idiot. He's just an idiot. Or just is so powerful that he's not thinking about that stuff because he's like, they won't touch me. I got the best lawyers in the world. There's no way they're going to touch me. You know? Fuck, that's so funny. He's such a fucking clown. Yeah. Bringing this banger back. Dug deep in the hard drive to find the Gregory brothers' magnum opus. Whoa. What's this?
We're totally zany. They pushed me on and paced me.
I need 11,780.
Floating through the central banking.
We're signing Nick Mulvaney.
Okay.
I can't stay.
We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
Thank you.
Great work as always, Pib. What a memory, chat. What a memory. Remember that lady? I was streaming live. That was when my politics stream career really kicked off on January 6th. Everybody was going crazy. Everybody was like, Muel, what's happening? You're the only politics streamer I know. And just like everybody was like fucking here and watching this shit. And this fucking lady goes like, we're storming the Capitol. I couldn't fucking believe it. I couldn't fucking believe it. Anyway, if you want another reason to follow Queen Pib, get on that old Twitter as well.
One, to quote, find 11,780 votes. That was the margin Trump would have needed to defeat.
Yeah, she was using an onion to make herself cry.
Stem from a breach of voting machines in Coffee County, about 200 miles from Atlanta. The indictment alleges the criminal enterprise operated in other states, including Michigan, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and New Mexico. Fani Willis has given Trump and his co-defendants until August 25th to turn themselves in. This all comes as Trump is the Republican frontrunner in the 2024 presidential race. We'll have more on the story after headlines. In Hawaii, the death toll from the Maui fires has reached 99. Expected.
Yeah, this is so fucked, chat. So fucked.
1,300 people remain unaccounted for. Crews have searched for bodies in only about 25% of the devastated area. It's the already deadliest wildfire in the United States in over a century. Hawaii Governor Josh Green spoke Monday.
But of course, no one in the United States is treating it as important because Hawaii is just like a holiday island, isn't it? There's no people that live there for thousands and thousands of years with their own culture and language that's been, completely fucking wiped out. Well, it's not, but like they made a good fucking go of it, right? Damn, like, these wildfires only matter when they're like making the sky go funny in New York City and Seattle, right? Or wherever it was happening. Like, it's just such a fucking load of shit.
As I shared earlier, the scale of destruction is incredible, so our hearts are broken even a little bit more than when we were together 48 hours ago with the extra fatalities. Also, you know that we're well over 2,200 structures that have been destroyed. 86% of them are residential.
Right, Pib.
In a landmark climate case,
hey, Sleepy Time Queer,
a judge has ruled in favor of a group of young people who've sued the state for violating their constitutional rights as it pushed policies that encourage the use of fossil fuels.
Whoa! Really? Whoa.
In a landmark climate case, a Montana judge has ruled in favor of a group of young people who've sued the state for violating their constitutional rights as it pushed policies that encourage the use of fossil fuels.
Yeah! Let's go!
Montana Judge Kathy Seeley wrote, quote, plaintiffs have a fundamental constitutional right to a clean and healthful environment, which includes climate.
Again, chat, like, we've spoken about this on Red Planet. We've spoken about this, like, me, Kira, Sophie, Tim, all over the fucking whatever social medias we have and shit like that. Like, these laws, the people who are in charge of, like, sentencing and judges and stuff like that, like, are gonna see these crimes. Like, you'll get put in jail, of course you will, because the power of the state is powerful. Like, it's they got that huge fucking state mechanism, yeah, to just like put you in jail for no reason, like no trial, like for as long as they can get away with. But like, the more and more people they put away that are just like kids who are literally like, I don't want the world to get fucked, right? This is my future. You're fucking over my future. We all know it. All the evidence is there. It's still happening. You're not fucking slowing down. They're going to be like, yeah, of course. Of course we can't fucking prosecute you. Of course we've got a rule in your favor. It's absolutely fucking completely true. Everybody knows it. Everybody's seen the effects of it. The more and more it's happening, yeah? The more and more we're going to see this snowball effect. People's minds are going to come around to it way faster than you might even think. Because again, this stuff is happening. It's like we were talking about yesterday. It's like we were talking about yesterday on the stream in Sophie's video. Like, all these things were already happening. All these things were already happening. All the things that Michael Wallace Wells, or whatever his name is, the guy who wrote The Uninhabitable Earth, that's talking about, like, the heat strokes, the heat deaths, the high heat indexes, the collapse of the ice shelf, like, the crazy fucking weather. It's already here. It's already happening. People can see it, you know? So the question is, how much worse does it get? And people are not... the more and more they see it, the more and more they realize that this shit does not recognize wealth as some kind of, like, protective factor. Like, you can't build a wall out of fucking money protecting your gaff from, like, what, a tornado or, like, a freak fucking wildfire or shit. Like what are you gonna do? You know, like, have, like, a fucking, like, you know, because if you put that much money in, if some rich dude, and it will probably happen, chat, it will probably happen, if some billionaire, some rich dude makes, like a you know, like an automated sprinkler system or something, you know, like around their property where they, like, tap into the water supply if, like, the wildfires come and shit, yeah? Everybody's gonna see that. And they're just going to break into that guy's gaff and just use it as, like, a shelter. Like, that's, you know, any kind of, like, what do you call it? Like, misconception that these, like, billionaires have, that, like, people aren't just going to, like, start taking stuff from them when this stuff happens. It's to their own detriment, right? It's to their own detriment. As soon as they wake up, you know.
The judge went on to rule, quote, Montana's emissions and climate change have been proven to be a substantial factor in causing climate impacts to Montana's environment and harm.
Hey, Samuel Yorks, how you doing? Good to see you.
The case was brought by 16 children and young adults ranging from 5 to 22 years of age. One of the plaintiffs, 19-year-old Grace Gibson Snyder, recently appeared on Democracy Now! And talked about Glacier National Park in Montana.
Watching those glaciers melt is such a, you know, devastating thing because it's so iconic for the state. It's so essential for the well-being of the people and of the environment here. And it's just beautiful. And I would hate to be a part of a future where that's not present, where that's not a thing that my kids get to grow up with. And so, you know, those are my impacts. And the plaintiffs in the case have, you know, everything from respiratory illnesses that are exacerbated by climate change to a cattle ranch where the cattle are dying because of drought and famine and et cetera. And so it's been, we all have experienced this in different capacities.
It affects us all.
The Montana ruling came on the same day that NASA confirmed last month was the warmest July ever recorded on Earth. Sarah Kupnick is NOAA's chief scientist.
It was the warmest July by a long shot, specifically by more than 1/3 of a degree Fahrenheit. That may not sound like a lot, but the margin for most global records is on the order of 1/100 of a degree or two. So last month was way, way warmer than anything we've ever seen.
In other climate news, more than 50 people have died in northern India after heavy rainfall caused devastating landslides. At least 9 of the deaths occurred when a temple collapsed in the city.
Oh my God.
In Ecuador, another...
I don't know, like, what kind of temple, but, like, some of the temples in India are, like, 5,000 years old. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, chat. I fucking clicked on fucking pronoun mention. The warmest during the last period of frozen poles, yeah. Been a while since you've been on Twitch. Yeah, good to see you. No worries. But yeah, like just you know, all these, and again, like, you know, the thing is that people don't know that then they're still so desensitized to this stuff because this stuff is not, you know, it might come up on Sky News if it's a really big thing and loads of people die, right? It might do, but these stories are, like, quite limited. You know, you got to tell everybody you know, chat. You got to tell as many people as you fucking can. Like, look, the world's not ending, but shit's just getting real bad. Shit's getting real bad, you know? We got to do as much as we can right now before things get unbearable. So, well, I was going to say something else then. I can't remember. Let's move on. Can't remember.
Political leader has been assassinated.
Oh,
Less
yeah, I
than a
heard about
week
this.
after the assassination of presidential candidate Fernando Villavicencio, and just days before Ecuadorians head to the polls this Sunday. Pedro Briones was fatally shot in the northern province of Esmeraldas. He was a local leader of the Citizen Revolution movement, the party of progressive presidential frontrunner Luisa González.
Just every fucking time, anyone in Latin America is like progressive in any way, shape or form, they just fucking kill him. It's fucked, chat. It's fucked. I'll always remember that like Captain America panel, right? Where he says, when will the USA stop meddling in South America? You know, he's still going to be asking that question. I don't even like Marvel, but like that's the one like based bit, you know? Well, I'm sure there's more base stuff in Marvel, but yeah, you know, the CIA, all this kind of stuff, it's all interconnected. If it wasn't actually the CIA, it's someone that they've paid off, it's someone that the IMF knows or whatever, like, you know, or it's just like fascists that they've radicalized themselves, that they've like funded and armed and shit like that, right? You know? Hey, we really hear you hate those commies, yeah? Really hear you hate them, so how about we chuck you like 10 grand, you know? Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, drop me in there, get me in there with a helicopter, then get me out of the country, yeah? Yeah. Okay, sweet. I bet they don't even get him out of the country, though.
And former President Rafael Correa. González blamed the soaring wave of violence in Ecuador on President Guillermo Lasso, who dissolved Congress in May to avoid impeachment proceedings. González wrote on social media, quote, "Ecuador is living its bloodiest moment. We owe this to the total abandonment of an inept government and
you know, like, you had that fucking loser in chat yesterday who was there like, communism's never worked. Communism's never worked. The CIA want to talk, man. Like the entire of Latin America wants to talk. The entirety of like Thailand, Vietnam wants to talk. You know, Cuba, the entire island of Cuba wants to talk. They're knocking on the door, bro. They're like, yo, got some news for you, brother. Got some news for you, man. There's a reason. There's a reason. And it ain't what you think.
By mafias. At least 26 people died in the Amhara region of Ethiopia in a military airstrike.
Right, well, this is what it is. This is what it is. You're spot on, Death, right? Because, like, they are so terrified of it working, right? They want to risk it. That's why they're fucking shooting people.
Eyewitnesses said the airstrike wounded at least 55
people. The Philippines want to talk. Indonesia, right.
Ethiopia's government declared a 6-month state of emergency in the Amhara region August 4th after clashes intensified between regional groups and the Ethiopian military. There are reports
even places in Africa, even countries in Africa, Europe.
Since the emergency rule began. The government of the Russian Republic of Dagestan has declared...
So funny that, like, they're also like terrified of China as well, and they're like, oh my god, China's communist. So it's like the lie is becoming like a big sort of like stupid bubble now, isn't it? Where like it's like a nebulous like load of shit, yeah? Because it's like oh, communism will never work, but they're terrified of China, and China are definitely communist, chat. They're definitely communist, and they're terrified of like. What simultaneously has never worked, but also is what's making one of the most successful, biggest countries with the most amount of people in it in the entire world work. So, you know, which one is it, man? Which one is it?
A day of mourning after at least 35 people were killed and 100 injured by a massive explosion at a gas station. At least 3 of the dead were...
Our enemies are both weak and strong. It's almost like a lie.
Investigation.
Whoa. What's that about Russia? I missed that.
The Russian Republic of Dagestan has declared a day of mourning after at least 35 people were killed and 100 injured by a massive explosion at a gas station.
Oh, shit, dude.
At least 3 of the dead were children. Russian authorities have begun a criminal investigation. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces killed 2 Palestinians earlier today in a raid on a refugee camp near the city of Jericho. One of the dead was identified as 16-year-old Qusay al-Walaji. He's at least the 41st child killed by Israeli forces this year. Meanwhile, the Israeli newspaper Haaretz is reporting a Palestinian family evicted from their home in occupied East Jerusalem has been ordered to pay around $13,000 to the Israeli police and Israeli settlers to cover the costs of their own eviction.
Fucking hell, man.
Monday
Fuck
marked
Israel.
the 10th anniversary of the Rabbah massacre, when Egyptian forces opened fire on a sit-in where tens of thousands of people had camped out in Cairo to protest the ouster of Egypt's first democratically elected president, Mohamed Morsi. Human Rights Watch estimates over 900 protesters were killed in what the group has described as, quote, the worst single-day killing of protesters in modern history.
Yeah.
No one's been held responsible
Completely
over
fucked.
the past decade. The Minister of Defense at the time was Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, who's ruled Egypt for nearly a decade and is a close U.S. ally. Under al-Sisi, Egypt is now jailing about 60,000 political prisoners.
Yeah.
This is the Egyptian human rights activist Hossam Bagat.
What we are demanding right now is accountability. Individual responsibility must be assigned, and we believe, and we have learned from the experiences of other countries around the world that also live under military dictatorship, that the time for justice and the time for accountability will come.
I think about like doomerism, yeah, chat, because like, you know, Sophie's video is very much like incredibly awesome, right? But I get so mad. Like, this is why Nat was saying what she was saying yesterday. Like, we are in a unique position in the Imperial Core. We're one of the only countries where they've actually, like, defunded a lot of the police, right? And even though that's not good in and of itself, it does mean that we're in a unique position to actually do direct action in a country where they're trying to toughen up on protesters, right? They're trying to be more intense. And it's like, listen, man, you know, this guy is a human rights activist in Egypt. That is like life-threatening shit, chat. You know, when you hear about like fucking autonomous anarchist cells in Russia, like these are like legit things that happen, chat. You know, like autonomous anarchist cells that are like, you know, disrupting the fucking supply line of the war in Ukraine and shit like that. And it's like, these motherfuckers are risking their lives. They're risking their lives, you know. And then I think about doomers over here that are just like, it's all over. Give up, man. It's just such a uniquely Western thing. Uniquely Western thing, isn't it? Like capitalist, neoliberalist, like we're really in like the very, very thick of it with that shit. Do you know what I mean? Like very, very fucked. Very, very fucked. It's like the history of brainwashing. The term was literally invented to explain why American pilots captured by the Koreans kept admitting to crimes against humanity on video. They tried to uncover how America can do this even though they made it up. Right. Right. Yeah. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Anyway, let's crack
A
on.
warning to our audience, the following story is graphic descriptions of police violence.
Whoa. Hold up. I was skimming through this before and I was absolutely certain that there was no like actual punching. Oh no. I think it's just the description. So yeah, here's your 5-second warning, chat. And this story will be over in. I'm not gonna pause this. This story will be over in like a minute. So pop back in a minute. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
In Mississippi, 6 former police officers who called themselves the Goon Squad have pleaded guilty to state charges after they raided a home and tortured 2 black men. On January 24th, the officers burst into a home, then beat, handcuffed, waterboarded, sexually violated, and tasered the 2 men, Michael Corey Jenkins and Eddie Terrell.
Fuck me, dude.
They sexually abused them with a sex device while shouting racial slurs. One of the officers put a gun in Jenkins' mouth for a mock execution and pulled the trigger. The bullet lacerated Jenkins' tongue, broke his jaw, and exited through his neck. The officers then planted drugs at the scene in an attempt to cover up their act. The officers have also pleaded guilty to federal charges. Visit democracynow.org to see our recent...
Until, you know, until we figure out prison abolition, straight to jail, man. Straight to jail. Straight to jail. And you all know what happens to cops in jail, chat. Anyway, hey, Pillbug Hug, what's up? Fuck cops. Fuck cops. Fuck cops. Fuck 'em.
Interview
Fuck 'em.
with the victims, Michael Corey Jenkins and Eddie Terrell Parker. Some of the officers face life in prison.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good. I don't care about prison abolition until, whatever. For now, they can go away forever, man.
Statewide ban on abortion after 12 weeks and a ban on gender-affirming care for minors. Ruth Richardson
Whoa.
face life in prison. In Nebraska, a judge has upheld a new statewide ban on abortion after 12 weeks and a ban on gender-affirming care for minors. Ruth Richardson, the CEO of Planned Parenthood North Central States, decried the ruling, saying it was a, quote, devastating blow to Nebraskans' fundamental right to make
you came in at a tense time,
between them and their doctors, unquote. The number of unhoused people in the United States has jumped 11% over the past year, the largest increase in at least 15 years.
Not surprised.
This according to a tally by the Wall Street Journal. Rising housing costs and the cancellation of COVID-19 relief funds have helped fuel a rise in people unable to find or afford housing.
Yeah, like this is just happening all over the Imperial Core, right? Happening all over the Imperial Core. Hey, good to hear it, Shafiq. It's just going to keep going up. It's just going to keep getting worse until, people just stop paying their rent. Just choose to all stop paying the rent, or like the other option is that like homeless people get more and more and more, to the point where they like, start to build their own houses, right? And then you've got like, slums and shit like that, and this, that, and the other. And maybe they start to organize. Maybe they start to like fucking, come together and say, hang on a minute, we're going to actually like just stay in this empty apartment building because it's fucking empty. Like, what are you going to do? Like, I already get attacked by the cops on the street all the time, so I'm just going to fucking go and squat in this house if it's going to happen there anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so, like, the understanding of people's mentality is so low, right? This is how much of a joke capitalism actually is. Like any kind of like fascist reinforcement of capitalism, like the protection of property and shit like that, it doesn't even account for like how humans are like incredibly adaptable, right? Incredibly adaptable and resourceful, and when they're together, they figure shit out pretty fucking easily. You know what I mean? Anyway, it's just fucked.
And the Washington Post has revealed the Smithsonian Institution holds a so-called racial brain collection.
Oh, boy.
That contains 254 brains gathered in the first half of the 20th century at the behest of a racist anthropologist who was trying to scientifically prove the superiority of white people. And
wait, didn't we speak about this guy like a few weeks ago or something? Like this specific guy? Or this could be many guys. What's his name? Dr. Ailes Herdlicker? Maybe we didn't. I don't know.
Investigation by the Washington
Completely
Post
fucked.
found most of the brains in the Smithsonian collection were removed from dead Black and Indigenous people and other people of color, often taken without consent from their families.
There you go, Pillbug Hug.
Headlines. This is
I should get a video.
DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report.
I should get a video command. Listen, chat, well done. I just put the link in the chat, Pillbug Hug. It's right there. Democracy Now. Yeah, we were talking about a different guy. Yeah. Well done, chat. We did it. Everybody say thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy, for the big news. We're now informed. We won't be watching the news for the rest of the week. Don't worry about it. Chat, I'm going to be right back real quick because I got to hit the bathroom. So make sure you stretch your legs, have a little drink, take your meds if you forgot. All that stuff. Use the bathroom if you need to as well. Hello, Huskadoo. How's it going? Bear with me. I'll be like maybe 5 or 10 minutes or something. I won't be too long, but yeah, use this opportunity to like get yourself some food or something like that. Maybe I won't even be that long. I don't know. We'll have to see. Back in a tick. Okay, not that long. It wasn't that long. Okay, where are we up to, chat? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What did I miss? Everybody saying thank you, Amy. Great. Cassia is utterly unrepentant, as cats mostly are. Yeah. Chat, we got some more stuff. Well done. You made it through the news. I'm proud of you. All of us, we all made it through the news. What we got next is very interesting. Very, very interesting. It's a documentary called How Fascism Serves Capitalism. Apparently, it is someone said in the chat earlier, I think it was Hell to Pay, it's an adaptation of a Parenti lecture. So it's like a 30 minutes long thing that Non-Compete has put on their channel. But anyway, it's important to support Non-Compete anyway, because they're an amazing channel. You should go and check out a bunch of their vids. Really, really cool. Leftist comrade. Important. So yeah, we gotta check this out. Because I'm always saying this, chat. Most people who are regulars here know how much I'm always saying this. I'm always saying how fascism serves capitalism, serves fascism, serves capitalism, etc. It's a big circle. It's a big, big circle. And I can't even remember where I first heard the sort of term, because it's like a term, right? It's like a term that some people use sort of willy-nilly, which is fine because it's true. But I've heard people talk about it and I've been like, okay, cool. Content warnings here. Fascism, obviously, and violence. I'm absolutely certain of it. And there's probably going to be a bit of imperialism in there as well. So, we'll keep the content warning with an added bit on the end for this bit of the stream. How about that? All right, chat. The link is in the chat to the video. Go give EJ a like, a share, a comment, a subscribe, all that stuff. Non-Compete did a great job adding video reference to it. So is that what happened? Is that what's going down? Anyway, right. Where am I up to? Let's play this. I gotta change the title of the stream, but there's a foreword here, chat, as well. So let's check out what that says. The documentary uses a machine learning technology along with traditional editing techniques to colorize, repair, and enhance audio and visual subject matter. No artificial imagery, commonly called AI art, was produced. Every image comes from the historic record. Right, cool. All right, cool. Let's check this out. You'll see it's really good. Buzz in. All right. Full list of photograph annotations can be found in the description below. Gotcha.
Most people are never exposed to real history. In school, we usually don't read history, we read history textbooks, and mainstream ones at that, which avoid underlying realities, and ones that propagate myths that serve the powers that be, myths that some of us find harmful to the truth and to democracy. So this is real history. This particular segment is entitled The Functions of Fascism. Fascism is a name that was given to the political movement that arose in Italy under the leadership of Benito Mussolini, who ruled that country from 1922 to 1943. Nazism, a similar movement led by Adolf Hitler, Germany's dictator from 1933 to 45, is considered by most observers to be a variant of fascism, as to a lesser degree is the militaristic government that controlled Japan
Change the title.
from 1940 to 45. And the Falangist movement led by Francisco Franco in Spain, when the fascists there, with the military aid, by the way, of the Italian and Nazi fascists, took over after a protracted civil war. Similar fascist or self-avowed fascist movements, but less successful ones, arose in Eastern Europe and in Great Britain, the United States, France, and other Western industrial nations movements. Some of them also came to power.
Ladies and gentlemen, this great meeting is gathered here tonight to hear the policy and faith of fascism.
Today, when the press is full of news about...
So funny, right? Because, if people are, desperately... Yeah, it's fascists who say this, right? It's fascists who say this, and they're like, the communists are the real fascists, the anti-fascists are the real fascists, and it's like, well, the anti-fascists are proud to call themselves anti-fascists, right? It's all projection, because fascists are terrified to actually admit that they are footage. Yeah? Didn't recognize Mussolini the right side up. Right. Oh my god. That Cobra Comrades tune is arguably the greatest piece of subversive Reagan-era media. Right. It's the villain from Peaky Blinders. Yeah, I've never watched Peaky Blinders, but I heard that like it's a big sort of anti-fascist kind of thing. Oswald Mosley is not just like the villain from Peaky Blinders. He was like a legit guy. You know, he tried to like march with his fash all over the streets of London and shit, and got the shit kicked out of him. And a bunch of his comrades got like so fucked up that they were like having to be in a wheelchair for the rest of their life and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like really fucked up. But yeah.
How Bulgaria or Romania or Hungary or Lithuania or Poland are returning to their democratic roots by overthrowing communism. We might recall that they weren't democratic before communism came in. They were fascist.
I can boldly say that here and now the radical right is back.
In fact, several of those countries, with the exception of Poland, were open allies of the Nazis. They were Nazi fascist allies. Now, like with a lot of terms, like liberalism, democracy, socialism, communism, no single definition of fascism will satisfy everybody.
Right.
And with fascism, there's a really special problem because it's a beguiling mix of revolutionary-sounding mass appeals and reactionary class politics. And the reactionary class politics are the part of fascism that our establishment historians almost never talk about. Hitler's party, for instance, was called the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the NSDAP, or Nazis. It's a very left-sounding name, National
yeah, that's right,
Socialist
yeah.
German Workers, and it was designed to win broad support among working people, even while the Nazis were destroying working-class organizations. The original Italian and German variations of fascism was a political phenomenon that made a revolutionary appeal without making a revolution. It promised to solve the ills of the many while in fact protecting the special interests of the few with violence and terror. It propagated a new political consciousness, a new order, a new nation to serve the same old capitalist system.
Yep.
Wir wollen einst keine Klassen und Stände mehr sehen. Wir wollen, dass dieses Volk.
Like, by all accounts, fascism was like a response to people organizing, right? Fascism existed in different forms. You know, way before this, like imperialism is fascism, yeah, like all this kind of stuff. But when we're talking about like the very like open white supremacist fascist stuff that we're talking about here, like literally in like, you know, the early 20th century, you know, because communism was becoming really popular, right? And again, that's literally why Hitler called his party the National Socialists, right? Because he was like effectively trying to do MAGA communism, right? Which is not communism, it's just lies and just fascism, right? It's just, so, you know, that's why it's always funny when, like, you know, when I think about these fucking, like, Caleb Maupin has 2 holes fucking piece of shit, because it's just, you're just fascist, you're just the same as Hitler, right? Do you know what I mean? You're like, oh, we could definitely do some kind of communism, but with all this fascist stuff in it, right? It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. So it's like, you know, arguably, like, fascism got so popular because capitalist interests were like, you are really, really useful idiots. Like, you're all idiots. Like, we will still oppress you. And, you know, but your figureheads, you know, we'll lobby you, we'll give you some money, that'll be great. You know, Hitler will have a nice, comfy life, you know, fucking house here, house there, house everywhere, right? Some of the commanders, etc., you know? And then fucking, you know, but all the working class people still fucking suffer just as hard, if not worse, because, you know, fascism, well, it gets a little bit more like turning the oppression meter up, especially for workers, right? What are the tenets of fascism by Humberto Eco? I don't know them off by heart, but like, you mean the tenets, right? Not the tenants. Because tenants is someone that lives in a house owned by someone else. Better not get ahead. This video will address them. Well, it might not, but like, you know, at the end of the day, like, you know, the tenets of fascism are like, you know, very easily like seen. You know, I'm not sort of like disparaging this, right? or a Scottish lager and Doctor Who's. Wait, what was I talking about? You're all doing these like on the. You forget, like, you know, I've not been streaming properly for like a good couple of months. You know, you forget. I don't know what I just said. Oh, Tennant's Scottish lager, right? Or David Tennant, Doctor Who's. It's right there in the chat. I'm so sorry. Parenti's got his own criteria, which I'll outline. Well, the thing is, chat, is that we need to not like rely on people's sort of like very strict definitions all the time, because they're not always going to serve us, right? The fact of the matter is that like fascism is very clear oppression of individuals who don't quite fit the narrative of cis hetero patriarchal white settler colonialist nuclear family kind of stuff. So queer people, anyone who isn't white, even some kinds of white people who aren't white enough, you know. And it's going to change in like different countries as well, right? Because it's like you've got India, which has its own brand of fascism, which is like definitely baked into like the white supremacy of like the colonial settlers that fucked up India, aka the Brits. But that too is definitely fascism, right? Because there is like a hierarchy. It's better, I think, to just describe fascism as like a genocidal hierarchy, right? Because it's like saying, well, you know, these people, like trans people, queer people, black people, etc., are not. It comes down to the word degenerates, right? They're not the right people. They've got bad genes, you know, disabled people, like they're all fucking like obsessed with like purity, yeah? You know, there are many different types of fascism. Fascism is tough. They've really mastered some very pleasing rhetoric to the masses. Having lived through fascism uprising, it's very easy to miss if you're just a working man. Right. Also, hi Muhanga, welcome back. Genocide going on in Sri Lanka specifically. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It requires another to blame. You know, like it's one of those, right? It's one of those.
Wir wollen ein Volk sein. Und ihr, meine Jugend, soll dieses Volk nun werden.
Did he call himself Jesus Christ? That's funny. And you, my youth, are to be this people. No, because this is the captions. I'm like, wait, what? He didn't say that. It just thinks he's saying Jesus Christ because he's like being angry, fascist German shouting.
Major characteristics of the fascist ideology. First, there's a glorification of the leadership cult.
Here we go.
To an absolutist and supreme leader, all-knowing, all-guiding. The Führerprinzip, as it's called. The Führer principle. The leader principle, I should say. Second, there's a glorification of the nation-state as an end in itself, as an entity unto itself, an absolute component, to which the individual is subsumed.
This is why it's so easy, chat, right? And this is why it's easy to like very, very quickly spot anyone who has like authoritarian ideas. Like if you have like a vanguard party, if you're lucky to have like some kind of like a vanguard party in like your country, and they're saying things like, we will make sure that the state of insert country here is prosperous, blah, 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 under communism. Like, that's a red flag, right? Because communism is not about a state. It's about dissolving the state. It's about giving power to the workers, right? And all that stuff. Like, this is the real key here. Because, Stalin certainly wasn't operating under the idea of communism. Lots of different, like, communist, leaders have used the word to murder lots of people, yeah? So that kind of, like, authoritarian ideal, incorporated into vaguely progressive sentiments is still like something to be aware of, like something to be afraid of, like, and it even goes all the other way around, like, people who are like very carceral in their mindset of like, people who like get their politics wrong, on the left and shit like that is also like an element of authoritarianism. We all have these things like deep built into our heads, right? And I'm not sure like how much of this also like comes back from like generations and generations and generations. Like, who knows how much of this is in our like bones to for this kind of brainwashing. Do you know what I mean? Like when you see, sometimes when I see some white people and like you're talking about racism to them, I genuinely think that like they just inherit racist genes. Like, it's that bad. Like, you really got, like... Not advocating for eugenics, by the way, still not advocating for eugenics, but, like, you just think about, like, that kind of, like, oh my god, these guys are, like, legitimately, like, so tuned into racism and, like, don't understand what it is. But anyway, you know, the myth of a glorious past and the promise of a glorious future if we could destroy our enemy, who is both weak and immensely powerful, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, you only got to look at, like, the rhetoric of the right in America. To see fascism. It's all over the place. It's all over the place. Like, protect our children is a huge one without any actual, like, you know, attempt to protect children. Like, you know, like, anyway. You've heard it all before, right? But we're going to hear it again.
In the state, everything for the state, nothing outside of the state.
Yeah.
That was Mussolini's dictum, and it was Hitler's also. Rudolf Hess once said, Adolf Hitler is Germany, Germany is Adolf Hitler.
Right.
Therefore combining both the leadership cult and the state cult in one. Third, there was a glorification of military conquest and jingoism. The glory of the state is vitalized by subduing, conquering, taking other people, enslaving them. You increase your own power and your own glory.
Yep.
Across the United States, Führer Kuhn has established 25 summer camps and drill grounds, where those German Americans who believe in Nazi teachings can imitate Hitler's mighty military machine.
Yeah. That's fucking right, chat. They were all over America. Damn, isn't that crazy? Whoa, who would have thought that white supremacism would have flourished in such a country as the USA? You know?
There was the propagation of a folk mysticism,
how weird,
xenophobia, and a racism. The Nazi slogan was Eine Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. One people, one state, one leader.
Shuggy Senpai,
also,
good to see you.
Folk mysticism and this blood
How you doing?
cult of the special blood, the special legacy, the atavistic wonders of our particular people was a hatred and racism, a hatred of other peoples, other nationalities. With the Nazis and with most other Eastern European fascists, it was anti-Semitism. The Jew was seen as the perpetrator of all that was ill in society. The trade unionists, they were Jews. The communists, so forth, so on. And behind them stood this wicked, alien-blooded creature who would undermine our state. Fifth, there was an opposition.
Oh yeah, that's right, Prince.
Both in Italian fascism and in German Nazism, an opposition to socialism, to communism, to anarchism, and to all left egalitarian class movements and doctrines, along with opposition to trade unions, opposition to labor parties, opposition...
And this is why, and this is so clever, right? This is so clever. This is how this is going to go into the discussion of how fascism serves capitalism, right? Because even liberals will do this stuff. Won't they? Even liberals. Shuggy!
3.
Thank you so much for the £10. Oh my god, chat. She did it. She subbed off Twitch. She supported the stream. You could too. And we've only got, chat was so close to £300. So close. Only like 7 people donating £10. That can get us to £300. That will, because I'm being nice, and I understand August is not like a great month for everybody. It's not a great month for streamers. That's also true. If we hit £300 by the end of the stream tonight, we got a double feature movie night. Yeah, bringing down the goal from 450 to 300 because I think it's doable, chat. You know, we got seven people donating £10 or like 14 people donating £5. We could do it. I believe in you. Sub off Twitch command in the chat. There it is. Look, it's right there. Help me pay my bills and all that stuff.
...to other working class political organizations. Of these various characteristics of Nazism, 1, 2, 3, 4 are often talked about by established historians and mainstream historians. That last one, though, opposition to labor unions, opposition to working class
Thank you so much,
parties,
Shuggy.
opposition
Appreciate
to
that.
socialism and such, that one is never talked about by Western writers, especially American writers. The historians and the political scientists and the journalists who treat the subject of fascism usually write from a centrist ideological perspective, from the political center of the spectrum, which means they usually ignore the link between fascism and capitalism, just as they tend to ignore the entire subject of capitalism itself when there's something unfavorable to say about it.
Fascism is a great
Instead, they dwell
smokescreen.
on the more phantasmic components of fascist ideology, the nihilistic revolt against Western rationalism and individuality, the irrational appeals to mass submission to a leader and all that. And fascism was those things, but along with its irrational appeals, it had rational functions. It was a rational instrument for class domination and for the preservation of the existing capitalist system. After World War I, Italy had a parliamentary government that seemed really incapable of solving the country's economic crises. Profits were declining, banks were failing, unemployment was rising. So to ensure profits, the big industrial giants and the big landowners would have to slash wages and raise prices. The state, in turn, would have to provide the big owners with tariff protections along with massive subsidies and tax exemptions.
The thing is that, you know, there are all these great examples of communism back then at the turn of the century, right? That were like so based, and it's just such a shame that like they were not ready for the absolute fuck ton of fascism that like just descended upon them. Do you know what I mean? They weren't fucking ready for it, man. They weren't fucking ready for it, and it sucks so much, right? It sucks so much because this isn't like something that people hadn't experienced before, like anti-communist, you know, state violence and shit. Yeah, do you know what I mean? But like the you know, I would say, I think that like that co-opting of workers' rights and co-opting of like telling people that they're gonna have a better future, they're gonna have a better this, that, and the other. That's all co-opting stuff from communism, right? It's just so fucked, so bad. Give these couple guys a bunch of money to steal all the money from everyone else. What could go wrong, right?
Finance this, the population would have to be taxed more heavily, their wages rolled back, and social welfare expenditures drastically cut. It sounds like Reaganism? Well, it is, even more extremely so. But the government wasn't totally free to apply these harsh measures. First of all, Italian workers and peasants had their own unions, they had political organizations, they had cooperatives, they had their own publications, and through the use of demonstrations and strikes, boycotts, factory takeovers, the forcible occupation of farmlands, they often won some very real concessions in wages and work conditions, unemployment benefits, and they won the right to organize. And even in the face of this worsening economic crisis, they were able to mount a troublesome defense of their standard of living. I mean, troublesome for those who own the land, the labor, and the capital, and the money in the banks, and the farms, and the factories. So the only solution really was to smash the worker and peasant organizations, in effect destroying all political and civil liberties, including the right to organize, agitate, and propagandize.
Right, let's check this real quick. Let's just read this. Local fascist groups were soon founded in Emilia, Tuscany, Puglia, and by autumn 1920 were busy not only breaking up strikes, but also dismantling socialist and Catholic labor unions and peasant cooperatives, and often with police collusion, overthrowing newly elected local councils. Fascist squads, dressed in black-shirted uniforms and often financed by landowners or industrialists, used systematic violence to destroy these organizations. Thousands of people were beaten, killed, or forced to drink castor oil and run out of town. Hundreds of union offices, employment centers, and party newspapers were looted or burnt down. In October 1920, after the election of a left administration in Bologna, fascists invaded the council chamber, causing mayhem and 9 deaths. Council was suspended by the government. You know, useful idiots, useful thugs.
The state would have to be more authoritarian and more firmly subservient to the interests of capital.
Right.
Mussolini and his black shirts were around right after World War I, and for about 3 or 4 years, the big landowners and industrialists used the fascist goon squads, gave them money and gave them arms, and used them as kind of strike breakers, anti-labor militias. They styled themselves the United Front against Bolshevism. In 1920...
Oh, can you stop moving the fucking title
the big
card
capital
stuff?
interests in Italy decided to go...
Do you know what? I don't think there's been one at the top of the screen yet. I'm just going to put the subs at the top of the screen.
Representatives of the Federation of Industry and the Federation of Agriculture, which was a agribusiness firm, and representatives of the National Banking Association, they all met together, and they met with Mussolini, and they planned the fascist march on Rome. Mussolini sat there and planned that with the leading capitalists of Italy. By the way, this is almost never mentioned in the accounts about the march on Rome. These big capitalists contributed 20 million lira toward that undertaking. In the words of Senator Ettore Conti, himself a very loyal representative of the moneyed interests, quote, Mussolini was the candidate of the plutocracy, that is of the wealthy, and the business associations.
Now, isn't it funny that we're learning all this stuff, right? And we just heard that Democracy Now! Story about the Ecuadorian candidate that was progressive. Yeah, radical, progressive, left-wing. And I even joked, didn't I? You know? Hey, dude, here's 10 grand. Why don't you take this gun? You know? We'll give you a helicopter. We'll get you out of the country. We'll give you 10 grand. Take you wherever you want to go. Live the high life down in Brazil or some shit, yeah? You know? Somewhere else. Just take this guy out. You know what I mean? Fascists are useful thugs for capitalism. It's the same. This is why everybody says things like police are fascists. Because police do the same shit, right? They do the exact same shit. But they're on the payroll. You know? Hey, Mr. Dank.
A very similar pattern, by the way, of coordination and compliance existed in Germany also, less than a decade later. German workers and farm laborers in the period following World War I under the Weimar Republic won some important economic concessions. They won an 8-hour day, they won unemployment insurance, they were able to elect shop committees, and they won the right to unionize. And again, during the 1920s, these paramilitary right-wing gangs, most notably Hitler's brown shirts, stormtroopers, were subsidized by business in a limited way and kept as a kind of reserve army, what Gouraud called the bodyguard of capitalism. And their job again was to strike, break, and to harass organized workers and to beat up socialists and communists and such. The nearly total collapse of the German economy in 1929-30 presented the owning class with a momentous crisis. They had very big capital investments, and these left them with very high fixed costs that had to be met even as their plants lay idle. Only massive state aid could revive their profits. Wages and social welfare, human service expenditures had to be cut.
Doesn't need to be that explicit. You could just run stories about how bad lefties are every day in your country's most widely read paper, then let nature take its course. Not in a country where you don't control the media. Not in a country where you don't control the media. I don't know about like US foreign interests in media companies in Ecuador, right? This is why people always say Cuba doesn't have a free press, because they won't let Americans come there and create media companies, right? But like I would argue, yes, in like these kinds of countries, in like the UK, definitely, because that you didn't even need all the stories about Jeremy Corbyn, like, you know, yeah, for real. And in the US, like all the stories about Bernie Sanders, yeah, like yeah, for true in most imperial core companies, but in the imperial periphery where you have less control and people are like organizing and you know really feeling the crushing weight of imperialism and capitalism, it takes more and more drastic measures to do this stuff. Hey Skidada, how's it going? Welcome in. Everybody go follow Skidada.
Contracts had to be abrogated. In fact, human contracts had to be abrogated too. Business would need new subsidies and tax exemptions. The crisis in agriculture was equally severe, and the large landed proprietors, the Junker class, demanded even higher subsidies, heavier duties on foreign agricultural import, and to farm unions. These unions were holding wages up, and when wages were being sustained, you cut into profit.
Welcome back, Shafiq.
So by 1930, most of the influential landowners and big industrialists and bankers, especially the industrialists in steel, coal, and mining, had concluded that the Weimar Republic no longer served their interests and no longer could.
Imagine a bread tuber running for an office. What would the media say? I think the media would love certain bread tubers. What are you talking about? There are some bread tubers that the Democratic Party would love to get on the fucking. Are you kidding? With like fake leftist values. That don't mean anything and would like fold immediately if it meant that they got like a bunch of money. Are you joking?
Protect their class, that it was too accommodating to the working class and to certain.
For a start, the right kind of bread tuber would not run for office. Yeah, because I know what you're gonna say. You're not talking about those bread tubers, right? But the right kind of bread tuber would never run for office. They wouldn't.
Sectors of light industry. So they greatly increased their subsidies to Hitler, and they propelled the Nazi Party onto the national stage. By 1930, most of the great industrialists and bankers were underwriting the Nazi Party. And what happened in 1930 with this injection of hundreds of millions of marks is that Hitler was able to catapult his party onto the national scene. It went from a cult of brown shirt thugs to a national party mobilized. In the election of 1930, the Nazi Party gained 107 seats in the Reichstag, and Hitler, later on, evoking the memory of what he called that astonishing campaign, told his listeners to think of, quote, what it means when 1,000 speakers each has a car at his disposal and can hold in a year 100,000 meetings. And in 1931 and 32, the subsidies from the big industrialists continued to rain in ever more abundantly. So the Nazis were projected onto the national stage, and they gained an ever larger presence in the Reichstag. Neither in Italy nor in Germany was revolution a real threat. The left was never strong enough to take state power in either of those countries. The threat wasn't really from the left. The bourgeoisie resorted to fascism less in response to the disturbances in the street and more in response to the disturbances in their own economic system. The threat wasn't from the left, the threat was from their
Everyone wave at the big bird.
Contradictions, and the fact that democratic forces had developed enough democratic strength to resist the austerity and the rollback that the capitalists tried to impose to maintain their levels of profit. The sickness that these capitalists tried to banish was from within.
Right, Middle-earth Marxist, yeah. And that you say there, oh, we had to give him the coverage. He was clearly popular with the audience. That is like, you know, there's also going to be people making money off that. It becomes like a circle of profit, right? Because it's like, okay, these fascists are going to enforce our capitalism, right? To like, you know, extreme lengths. So we're going to make such a big profit, right? And then all of a sudden, like, you know, the papers that you publish that are talking about the fascists, they get bought by all the fascists. So your papers are pulling in like a bigger profit, etc., etc., etc. You see how it goes round? Serves capitalism, serves fascism, serves capitalism, serves fascism, serves capitalism, serves fascism. That's it.
The Italian and German...
Like, you've only got to look at... Right, yeah, exactly, Muel. Yeah, you've only got to look at like the stories about trans people in the papers in the UK. That's the same, right? The people who are like, you know, getting more brave, who are like definitely just like fucking horrible fucking fascists back in the day, but maybe they kind of like stopped doing it because like, you know, things got hard under the Tories. They can't afford the season ticket anymore. They got no reason to like, you know, punch anyone. They've not got any like football hooligan friends to go organize with or whatever, right? Now they're getting more and more enabled, and they're getting excited about that shit, and they're going, yeah, we got a new target, queer people are back on the menu, boys, right? You know, that's what's going on. You know, so more and more people who like might not have bought the paper, like I'm absolutely fucking convinced that that's why the papers have gone like so completely insane over trans people. Like I'm absolutely convinced, because the Daily Mail was like dying in popularity. People were like, yeah, you know, this migrant stuff, it's not so good, man. Do you know what I mean? It's pretty like, it's getting pretty racist. Do you know what I mean? Like even my fucking like, you know, conservative stepdad and my mum, like, they stopped buying the Daily Mail because I kept saying to him, I was like, this is fucked. And they eventually were like, yeah, it's pretty fucked. But, you know, now they're on the Times. But like, you know, my mom and stepdad are luckily not transphobic and queerphobic, but it's, yeah. Right, yeah, you know, they need blood for the blood gods, right? It's a big circle full of jerks. Well, it's a circle full of jerks where they don't know it's a circle full of jerks, right? Pillbug hug!
Stay alive.
Stay alive. Well, that says plus. Stay alive, definitely. Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Chat, only 13 people donating £5, and we will get to double feature movie night. It's going to happen. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Pillbug hug. Appreciate you.
The big cartels also had a direct interest in an expansionist military regime. They wanted a big rebuilding of the military, one that would, compensate for the decline in investment opportunities with huge armament contracts and related public works. In other words, this industrial and financial class wanted a large defense budget, as we would call it, because it was a source of capital investment and enormous capital profits. Does that sound familiar? 2, they wanted to embark on an aggressive foreign policy to open new markets for export and investment, thereby gaining a more equal footing with French and English competitors.
Right.
So the fascists really became a very valuable ally against the capitalists' two worst enemies. The capitalists' two worst enemies are first the workers in their own country and the capitalists of foreign countries.
Right.
And the genuineness, by the way, of fascism's hatred of workers and foreigners was never open to doubt, so they fit in quite snugly. Now, I don't mean to say that all the big industrialists and financiers supported fascism with equal fervor. Some, like Tyson, were early and enthusiastic backers of Hitler. The aged Emil Kerdorf thanked God that he lived long enough to see the Führer emerge as the savior of Germany. Others contributed money to the Nazis, but also to other anti-socialist parties on the right.
German industrialist Bosch used at least 20,000 enslaved laborers, including concentration camp victims, to amass more wealth. Yes, that's right, chat. The same Bosch that is still operating today, you know, arguably might not have been around if it wasn't for the Nazis. Cool. Hey, my dog Idaho, how's it going? Muel Lurker here. Just want to thank you for being a cool, aspirational dude when I'm struggling with my ADHD. It is my pleasure. And thank you so much for lurking away and supporting the stream. I appreciate that. You do belong in this world, right? You know, I know the feelings that people get when, you know, the ADHD takes over, like, this world wasn't made for me, I can't deal with this, I can't do it. I'm coming back into that now, like, getting better with my fatigue, do you know what I mean? I'm now experiencing, like, I've been out of, like, a routine for so long, yeah? I've been out of a routine for so long that, like, I'd forgotten that I had, like, task paralysis, yeah? Like, literally today, I'm sat there and I'm like, damn, it's just weird. I don't feel ill. I don't feel fatigued. But, like, I can't do anything. Like, what's going on? And it's like, oh, yeah, the task paralysis. I'm in a terrible routine. That shit's probably not going to come back for some time, you know? Sometime. Gonna have to deal with that, too. So, yeah, anyway, huge solidarity. Hey, Confero, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, I recognize that name. Yeah. Hey, Mora, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, the Nuremberg trial, all a big joke.
Back Hitler only when he promised to be the best hope for their interests. By the way, many of them still remain privately critical of the more extreme expressions of Nazi propaganda, and they were a little uneasy about the anti-bourgeois rhetoric that is sometimes used by some of the fascist plebeian elements. Some elements in business were...
Well, this is another, like, hilarious thing, right? Because this is kind of like, you know, if we're talking about, like, doomerism and, like, how people feel like there's no hope and shit like that, and it's like, oh my god, fascism's getting, like, popular again, like, you know, what are we gonna do? Like, this could be really, really bad. Like, even if, like, the worst thing happens, the worst thing, and, like, you know, fascists take over and they just, like, shoot all the communists, like, every single person that they don't fucking like, you know, obviously it'd be incredibly tragic, but, like, the one thing that you can, like, hang on to, yeah, is that they will eventually kill each other. That's the one hope that you can, like, hold on to, because it's just fucking true. Do you know what I mean? Even the capitalists were scared of the fascists that they enable, because they know that very easily, if they get too powerful, oh boy, one day they could just turn up with guns and be like, this is our corporation now, bro. You know? It's just, like, the most stupid system, like, both of them. It's the most stupid system. It makes no attempt to even, like, see a few years into the future. Do you know what I mean? It makes no attempt to, like, be like, yeah, maybe this is, like, a bad idea. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe like, getting all these people who are, like, obsessed with violence and power and wealth and all that stuff to, like, do our bidding for us is a bad idea. They will eat each other. They will fucking eat each other. That's how it's gonna go down. Hey, Count Yogula, what's up?
Not that hot for fascism. Light industry, which had lower fixed costs and more stable profits than heavy industry that was dependent on consumer buying power and such, the light industrialists were not that keen about a more aggressive foreign policy, about heavy subsidies to heavy industry and the like. But when push came to shove, they may not have been close to the
no profit in thinking ahead, it's true.
Allied themselves with the proletariat.
Porsche, Green Hitler, there you go.
Of which they were a part, and they pretty much sided with the dominant elements or kept their mouths shut. There was another element in these two societies that not only tolerated the rise of fascism...
They're all fucking off to New Zealand soon? Wait, what?
I'm talking about the parliamentary capitalist state itself.
What?
Not the government or the parliament as such, but the instruments of the state. The instruments that have the legal monopoly on force and violence. The police, the army, the courts, and the like, the secret intelligence agencies and such. In both Italy and Germany, years before Mussolini and Hitler emerged victorious, these elements, courts, police, the
Kiwis in the chat like, oh, cool, yeah, thanks for the solidarity.
army showed a real leniency and an open collaboration with fascism while harshly repressing the left. Mussolini and Hitler could not have come to power without the help of the state machineries, and that state machinery was never really against them. In Italy, the police collaborated with the fascists in attacking labor and peasant organizations. They recruited criminals for the fascist action squads, the squadristi, they call squadristi. They promised them immunity from prosecution for past crimes. When applications for gun permits were regularly denied to workers and peasants, police guns and police cars were made available to Mussolini's goons. Germany, the same kind of thing went on. Immediately after the war, the military police and the
climate bunkers
the rightists to suppress the left, a pattern of collaboration that continued to the day that Hitler took power. In other words, these supposed democracies, which were equally opposed to totalitarianism of the left and the right, were not equally opposed. They were opposed to the left, and they were very close and comfy with the right. Because the right, while it was out to destroy that democracy, the right was protecting the interests of property and the existing class structure. And that's the difference between the left and the right. And that's why a capitalist state tends to treat the right so much more leniently and the left so much more harshly.
Yep.
Let's look at what happened by the police and the courts under the Weimar Republic. These are the figures. Left-wing groups were charged with 22 murders. 38 people on the left were found guilty for those 28 murders. They averaged 15 years in prison. 10 of those 38 were executed. Among right-wing groups, 354 murders. That's about 60 times more the number of murders. Of these 354 murders, 326 were not even prosecuted. 23 people of the right-wing groups were discharged despite entering guilty pleas. They pleaded guilty to the murder and were discharged. 24 were found guilty in part. Their average term in prison, 4 months.
Cool.
Executed for the murders, none.
Cool.
So that's the way the state operated. Almost all the literature on fascism and Nazism concentrates...
Sarcasm, by the way. As Five Lumen says, ADHD, I know fatigue, burnout, and some other stuff is killing me at the minute. A year or two ago, I was earning 40k. Now I'm on job seekers allowance, unable to even reply to emails or anything. All I can do is physical stuff like gardening or housework. Yeah, sending you so much love, honestly. Like, you know, the one thing that you should take comfort in, and this is something that I've taken comfort in, you know, especially over the last couple of weeks, is that, like, it's not your fault, like, and it's not that the world is not supposed to, like, have people like us in it. We're not failures, you know what I mean? Like, it's capitalism that's fucked everything up, you know what I mean? Like, people like us prospered in, you know, pre-capitalist worlds, like pre-industrialized worlds, even like pre-medieval worlds, do you know what I mean? We were, like, able to survive and able to live and able to, like, do you know what I mean? We were cared for, we were looked after, kind of thing. You know what I mean? People understood that people were different. You know what I mean? Like, the real true nature of humanity is, like, empathy for people like us, right? It's only capitalism and also by extension fascism that is, like, you know, made us feel like we're not welcome in this world. Yeah, I know what climate bunkers are, Ashrand. Yeah, I know what climate bunkers are. To take Sophie's understanding of money as instruction tokens, it only makes sense that capitalists would enable fascists to do what they want to do. It's the cheapest incentive to structure to divide and conquer the people engaged in contesting the status quo. They just always underestimate the fascist urge to destroy everyone and everything around them. Yes, correct. Instructional tokens, absolutely true. Weimar Republic was blind on the right eye at all times. It hurts to see things go the same way again. Makes like a twisted kind of sense, but that doesn't make it any better. No, it doesn't make it any better. It doesn't.
On who supported Hitler, who supported Mussolini, who was behind him. Was it this group or that group and such? Oh, there was a couple of millionaires who didn't like them. Oh, there were some workers who did vote for them. So you can't really say it's one class or another. Well, I think you could pretty well say which class gave them the money, that gave them the visibility, the organization, and the numbers to some degree. But there's something else. Besides talking about who supported fascism, one thing these historians and political scientists never talk about is who did fascism support when fascism came into power. Who did the fascists support? Well, in Italy and Germany, when they came into power, they began implementing the stern measures that were needed to rescue the capitalist economy. Labor unions were dissolved. Strikes were outlawed.
By the way, Duke of Windsor, I'm pretty fucking certain that's like Queen Elizabeth's dad. I'm pretty fucking certain. Queen Elizabeth, the one that just died, I'm pretty sure that's her dad. Like, almost like 100%. Or was it like her uncle? No, because King George was her dad, right? This royal shit doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, uncle. It's definitely, yeah, it's her uncle. It's her uncle. Yeah. Given that quite a lot of German military domestic infrastructure was driven by concentration camps, makes the whole ordinary people didn't know shtick so much worse. Ordinary people were fine with it because they had their consent manufactured, and then also it came like to the oh snap, she died. You've got to be shitting me, dude. You've got to be shitting me that she died. You don't know that the Queen died? No, stop it, dude. There's no way, man. There's no way. Just say cousin. They're all cousins anyway. Yeah, true. Don't even lie that you didn't know that she died, dude. Come on. Come on, man. No, not Beyonce. No. The true queen is not dead. Don't worry about it. Hey, Ophelia, how's it going? Her uncle was first in line, abdicated, then got extra chummy with the Nazis. Liz II's dad came the King's Speech. Yeah. George only got the throne because his brother abdicated. Right. That's what I was thinking, yeah. That's what I was thinking. You made memes about it? Okay, alright. I was like, come on, dude. No way. You must know about that.
Needed to rescue the capitalist economy. Labor unions were dissolved. Strikes were outlawed. Union contracts were nullified. Prominent union leaders and other labor activists were imprisoned or murdered. Union property was confiscated. Worker publications were banned. Opposition political parties were outlawed. Their leaders jailed.
Chat, is Twitch fucking up? Is something going on with Twitch? Like, my chat room keeps, like, reconnecting or some shit? I don't know what's going on.
Fascist-sponsored unions, quote, unions were set up, and their function was to speed up production, prevent wildcat strikes.
Hey, they're doing great, though, as I must say, as a German, it's always a bit uncomfortable watching political streams talking about fascism. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I'm British. And I'm not saying that, like, you know, anyone in Britain did anything, like, as bad as, like, the Nazis or anything like that, because I don't like comparing genocides, but they certainly killed a lot of fucking Native Americans. They certainly killed a lot of fucking Indians, so, you know, while it might not have been as explicit as what the Germans did, you know, I empathize wholeheartedly. What you have to remember about Hitler is that he got his ideas for concentration camps for shit that the British were doing in the Boer War, which I think was Winston Churchill. He was like one of the big generals, you know, murdering indigenous South Africans, right? So listen, the Imperial Corps, we're all connected to this shit. Do you know what I mean? We're all fucking connected to this shit. You know, we technically fucking let Hitler genocide as many people as he did. You know, because we had this policy of appeasement, because communism was too scary, right? You know, fascism wasn't just like the fault of the Germans, it was the fault of like everybody in the white, you know, settler colonies. It's everything that white supremacist settler colonialism was building up to. Do you know what I mean? The UK invented chattel slavery. Like we were the people who started like shipping African slaves off to America, you know? So, you know, don't worry. Like we all understand those feelings of like, yeah, this is shit that our countries did this. The thing is that you shouldn't be uncomfortable, right? Because like at the end of the day, no one here is blaming you for this, right? This is the big thing. Like there's nothing to be gained. You know, if you're new here and you're like new to sort of like left-wing thinking, or like, you know, you've been like a bit of a liberal for like some time and stuff, like nobody gains anything from you feeling guilty about something you didn't do, right? Nobody even gets anywhere from people feeling guilty about stuff that they have done, right? So, not that kind of place. Hey, Echo Baz, what's up? According to Robert Evans, they got their ideas for concentration camps for the ones they set up for the Native Americans. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I thought it was the Boer War. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, welcome in, Echo Baz. Yeah, thanks for the work. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. At least Germany seems to be doing a better job of remembering their shitty past than certain other countries. Right, well, yeah, I mean, you know, if you speak to some like Turkish migrants, you might not get that. And also their support of Israel, you know, also like some of the things that they say to Germans who support Palestinians. I don't know. I wouldn't be so sure about that. You know. We have a lot to learn from how Germany is engaged with past atrocity. Do we though? I don't know about that. I'm not sure about that. I'm not gonna lie.
And apply punitive regulations.
I don't know, man.
Fines, dismissals.
I don't know about that one.
Workers who agitated or complained of shop conditions. I mean, even a Nazi Labor Front newspaper had to admit, quote, some shop.
I'll never forget how, like, you know, fucking flabbergasted I was to learn that there are like still Germans who are like fully neo-Nazis, like not even hiding it. They're just like, yeah, man, like we love Hitler. We are so bad. Love to left-wing people supporting Israel. Nah, yeah, see you later, man. Yeah, see you later, man. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about, man? Is this one of these fucking people from like July 31st, 2023? Shut the fuck up, man. Yeah, okay, you should feel fucking uncomfortable. I can't believe, like, this is how, like, deep the fucking neoliberal brain rot is, right? In Germany, where it's like, oh, yeah, we really remember our past. Love what Israel's doing in Gaza. Like, biggest open air prison in the world? Fuck yeah, this is great. Incredible brain. What a brain.
Are written into the penal codes. Workers no longer have the right to change jobs.
It's not perfect or complete, but it's slightly better. Yeah, I know what you mean. I agree to an extent, right?
They could be shifted from one employment to another.
But you know, literally, like, it just happened. We just saw it. The thing I was talking about, it just happened in the chat.
Regardless of their wishes, they could be conscripted.
It's like, what is it? Like, what? You know, like... Should we talk about how Israel, like, talks about Arabs, like any Arabs, not even Palestinians? Should we talk about that? About how they talk about, like, how they're undermining, like, everything that Israel is doing, and blah, 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 you know, come on, man. I don't know what you want, but you aren't fucking welcome in this chat if you support Israel. Get the fuck out.
Any work assumed useful to the nation's economy without guarantee of wages equal to previous earnings. In both Italy and Germany, the government exercised compulsory arbitration and regulation of work and wages. By the way, any worker who can...
No, I get you, Zvi Blumen. So I get what you, Shafiq is saying as well. Like, yeah, like, that's how capitalism, that's how fascism serves capitalism, right? And how capitalism serves fascism, because it's like, oh, well, you know, we weren't as bad as the Nazis, but they were. Just in a different way, you know?
Contesting the laws of the state, and therefore would be declared an enemy of the state, not just in conflict with management, but an enemy of the state. And so, in effect, what you got...
Well, it's a little different than that, Muel, but yeah, I know what you mean.
In this particular capitalist state. And by the way, these measures had their effect. According to figures supplied by the Italian press itself, the already meager wages, you know, the wages weren't all that good to begin with, for Italian workers in 1927 were cut in half by 19...
Oh yeah, definitely Count Yogula, yeah.
By 1939, the cost of living had risen 30%, and this constituted an additional decrease in real wages. Taxes on wages were introduced. Regulations were instated against minimum wages. The minimum wage law was abolished, in other words. There was no more increased pay for overtime. In some regions, sanitary and safety regulations were dropped. Occupational safety regulations were eliminated in factories. In many areas, child labor was reintroduced. In other words, all the old abuses and old evils that the Italians thought belonged to a generation ago have returned under fascism. In Germany, the same story. Between 1933 and 1935, wages were lowered anywhere from 25 to 40%. That's a tremendous cut if you're an ordinary worker just trying to make ends meet.
No probs, Ashran.
Wage taxes were instituted. Municipal poll taxes were doubled. Payroll deductions helped finance the Nazi-controlled Labor Front, and the Nazi Labor Front controlled the party organizations
Shafiq, I got
and health
you.
and
Yeah,
unemployment
I got
insurances, all of which, by the way, lowered wages another 20 and 30%. That is the things that were taken out of your pay for that. And the non-profit mutual assistance and insurance associations that had existed within the free labor unions that had been abolished when the Nazis came to power. Their funds were taken over.
That person really thought. That person really thought they were in a safe place, didn't they? Yeah, I love to left-wing people supporting Israel, like, with the flag. I just
by private insurance companies that charged more while paying out smaller benefits. In Germany, just like in Italy, inflation substantially added to the German workers' hardship.
In the world-renowned Siemens factories, in the midst of his workmen, the Führer called the German people to work.
Hey Liz, good to see you.
And Berlin is working.
There's something else both of these fascist
Yep, Osimo, that's
in both
right.
Italy and Germany, the process of privatization. Does that sound familiar? Ronald Reagan's dream. State-owned enterprises such as power plants, steel mills, banks, railways, insurance firms, steamship companies, and shipyards were handed over to private ownership for a song, like gifts. Corporate taxes were reduced by half in both Italy and Germany. Does that sound familiar? Another Reagan achievement. Taxes on luxury items for the rich.
Damn, wonder why right-wing populism is getting so much traction nowadays. What's that about?
Cut. And inheritance taxes were either drastically lowered or abolished, just as they've been in the last 10 years in America. In Germany, between 1934 and 1940, the average net income
and also at the time,
of businessmen rose by 46%. Enterprises that were floundering were refloated with state bonds. They were recapitalized out of the state treasury, and they were returned to private control when solvent. So you
like listening to this is so good, right? Because it really just highlights how fascist like the USA is. Like not just the USA, like, you know, is and was, like is, right? Like, and the UK, like most countries in the imperial core, because it's like, okay, we are gonna, like, you know, drive down wages as much as we possibly can. You know, if we can get away with free labor, aka slave labor, we will do it, right? Do you know what I mean? You know, and the prisons are full of people doing labor and not earning any money. That is slave labor. That is what that is. You know what I mean? Like when people talk about slave labor, it's like, damn, they're putting a lot of black people, a lot of Latina people in prison. You know, they're doing that, and there's a lot of free labor coming out of those prisons. What's that about? You know, what's that about? Anyway. But it's just very much like, oh, okay, you know, this chattel slavery, like forced labor, under threat of death, and you know they're like out here like, basically just like pushing up so much profits, like, and then workers in the imperial core, like in Manchester, like literally here in Manchester, like it was called Cottonopolis because all of the fucking like, you know, cotton that like companies over here bought. Yeah, gave money to the fucking plantation owners for, that was, the labor was literally like, you know, slave labor, right? So free, didn't cost that fucker anything, literally 100% profit, right? And, you know, because the plantation land, he got that fucking handed down from him, stolen from, you know, the native people. And then workers in the imperial core in Manchester are like, oh well, you know, at least we're getting paid for what we do, you know. And then eventually they kind of realize, oh, hang on a minute, like we need to get paid a lot more for this. What the fuck is going on? And they had like a mini sort of like demonstration, and they got murdered. It's called the Peterloo Massacre. Look it up, chat. Yeah, completely fucked.
You see, these are people who say socialism.
But that's like literally, anyway, I went on this big fucking tangent with that, but that is like what they're talking about here. They're talking about like how, you know, Nazis were getting like free labor from slave labor, from people in fucking concentration camps, like work camps. Like that's, I think when people think of work camps, it's like, oh, they were just like giving, you know, whatever, like, whatchamacallit, they're making people do labor that doesn't do anything just as like a punishment. No, they're using that labor to profit. That's what was going down, you know? Fully Leonardo DiCaprio pointing meme every minute or so. Yep, literally. Doesn't count as slavery because I was taught not to think about it. Yeah, that's what they do. Hey, Designer Gaze, how's it going? That was what that Peterloo was about. I've not seen the film Peterloo, so I can't speak to the film, but the Peterloo Massacre was like, yeah, that's what that was. Yeah. Hey, Rat Freak, how's it going? These people on the whole not skilled business and money managers, so much easier for them to run their businesses when they don't have to worry about wage bills, everything that helps them maintain that they will support. Yep, that's right. Something about labor was written on concentration camp gates. Right. Yep, that's right.
Doesn't work, but when capitalist businesses start to fail, they go socialist. They take the money out of the public treasure and refloat these businesses. Does that sound familiar to you people who are worrying about the S&L bailout?
We will create a financing corporation to issue $50 billion in bonds.
Fuck every president. Like, fuck every president. Like, holy shit.
To finance the cost of resolving failed institutions.
Can you just tell me in absolute terms, how much money do you need to survive, General Motors, from today until March 30th?
The worst case scenario, the amount of money would be significant. I mean,
Wouldn't it be nice, chat? Wouldn't it be nice? Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice if they were saying this to like workers? Like, how much money do you need to survive? Like, come on, man. You know, I fucking hate this shit. It makes me sick. Fuck me. Count Regular says that's another thing specific to the way Germany's handling the question of guilt, though. Israel is either not talked about or it's a situation of an unreflected, yeah, it's fine, because there's no room for critique at all. Yeah. Oh, no, I know. I've had, like, German leftists in here, like, really, like, be pissed off with the fact that, like, they can't talk about it, you know? You just can't fucking talk about it. Like, even anti-fascist groups will call, like, people who criticize Israel, like, you know, fascists. It's fucked. It's really fucked in Germany. He was talking. My neighbor was talking about needing to move Labour rightward to take the argument away from the far right, who will never accept a far left leader. I said, "Oh yeah, it's like that poem. First they came for the communists, and then they stopped because it turned out they only cared about the communists." Well, you know, this is the thing. It's like that's never gonna work. You don't get like, you know. You don't get socialism by doing right-wing ideas. You don't get socialism by, like, being misogynist. You don't get socialism by, like, being racist. It's all connected. Do you know what I mean? Like, when people talk about workers' rights, like, who are the most marginalized workers in any fucking country? Literally any country. Doesn't even matter, like, where you are in the world. It's, like, black people, queer people, women, right? Just every like, if that intersectionality doesn't exist, you're fucked. There's no fucking socialist movement there. It just doesn't exist. You know? Fuck every president reminds me of oh shit. Zach, thanks so much for the raid. How is it going, friend? How is it going, comrades? Welcome in, everybody. If you don't know me and you're coming in from Zach's stream, my name is djmuel. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a leftist, I'm a housing activist, I'm an anarcho-communist. We are checking out Non-Compete's video about how fascism serves capitalism, serves fascism, serves capitalism, serves capitalism, serves fascism, blah, blah, blah. You know the score. Welcome in, everybody. How are you all doing? Von Munchhausen, hello. Milton Kitano, hello. Riolan, how you doing? Skeptizi, hello, welcome in. Yeah, thank you so much for the shout out, Shafiq. Everybody go follow Zach up if you like my streams. You'll love his streams. Yeah, I know it's a Parenti video. Parenti video. Actually, it's a Parenti video. Yes, I've been being told. I have been being told it's a Parenti video. But yeah, we're gonna jump back into that. But thank you so much for the raid, Zach. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate you bringing your peeps over to come and say hi. So welcome in, everybody. Welcome in.
We have supplier
What is
payables
significant,
of $4
Mr.
or
White?
$5 billion every month.
Billions and billions.
How y'all doing, Zach? How was your stream?
Money
What were you checking out?
to go towards paychecks so workers could keep their jobs. But according to a new
Is it okay to blame Britain for American imperialism because the US started out as a British colony and branched out into something bigger? I mean, yeah, but like, don't not blame America either, right? Because like, you know, they had a revolution, they separated themselves from us. So while it is our fault, you know, I used to say this all the time when I started to like understand like imperialism and American history and shit. I always used to say to people like who were like mad at America, I used to be like, I'm so sorry, man. The Brits did that, you know. I'm so sorry. Like, yeah, we kind of did America, right? It's like Frankenstein's monster a little bit. But let's not forget, you know, Britain was doing a bunch of horrible stuff without the help of America. So never forget. U.S. imperialism is a continuation of British imperialism. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, look, they leave out like a lot of stuff in British modern history books about like, you know, about the role that the UK played in the slave trade, right? They like briefly mention it, but don't talk about how like Britain is literally responsible for the slave trade. You know, so fucked, so completely fucked. And not just that, but like, you know, actively murdering like indigenous people all over the world, you know? Very, very, very bad. We ended with the illicit sand trade for land reclamation and concrete that fucks the global south. Interesting. Very, very fucking cool.
Hope you're doing good today, Muel and chat.
Smutty Baba Yaga, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Don't forget, chat, streaming is my full-time job. Please consider subbing off Twitch. If we get £60 before the end of the stream tonight, we'll be unlocking the double feature movie night in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord. We'll be checking out the old Dungeons and Dragons film and the new one. So it will be the funny one and then the funnier one. I don't know what the other one is. Anyway, what else was I gonna say? It would only take, £60. So it would only take like 6 people donating £10 or 12 people donating £5, which is exactly how much I would ask anyone to consider donating. Help me pay my bills, help me pay my rent, help me get my groceries. There's the spiel done. But thank you so much. Thanks for supporting me, and thank you for subbing off Twitch. Really appreciate that, Smutty Baba Yaga. We basically learn about capital A, American slavery, and about British abolitionists. Yes, we do. And it's always like, yeah, you know, the UK, we abolished slavery way before the US, so, you know, that's fine. Completely fucked. How are they going to explain the Pilgrims and Somerset versus Stuart case, or is this narrative that the UK abolished slavery before the US? Yeah, like I just said. Yeah, literally like I just said. Yeah. UK invented concentration camps for their imperialism. Yeah, they definitely did.
study by a team of economists, 66 to 77% did not go to paychecks. Instead, most of the money ended up in the hands of business owners and shareholders.
With numerous enterprises, the state guaranteed a return on the capital invested. They guaranteed a return and assumed all the risk of investment losses. So the rich investor didn't have to worry about any losses, and if his business didn't do well, he'd get the money from the state treasury. This is why the capitalists did like fascism. This, however, did not really bring a final solution. I mean, what the fascist state is, it attempts a final solution to the problem of class conflict. It obliterates the demands of the working class and the democratic forms that allow workers some room for an organized defense of their interests. But this final solution proves very far from final. In fascist Italy and Germany, industrial sabotage and sporadic wildcat strikes continued, inflation increased, whole sectors of the economy remained stagnant, there was widespread corruption, mismanagement, underemployment, vital social services deteriorated, but profits climbed. The profits went up, yes sir.
Like this is like another thing to think about when, like, you know, people talk about like how could the German people let this happen, right? They were getting fucked. They were getting fucking fucked, a lot of them. Do you know what I mean? Like the working class people in fucking Germany, you know, if you weren't in the army, oh man, they didn't give a fucking shit about you, right? Just absolutely like no money, no healthcare, no nothing, you know. Again, like there's a lot to be said about like people just like letting this stuff happen, and it is true. Like a lot of Germans were just like, yeah, fuck it, let's vote for the Nazi party. That sounds great. Do you know what I mean? But another thing to remember is literally like a lot of them were hoodwinked. Like most of the working class were completely hoodwinked, which is why it is so important to drive home to working class people that fascism is not the answer, because it will always try and hoodwink the working class into like, you know, supporting it in any way, shape or form. But they do not care about your material conditions. They do not care about your sick mum. They don't give a fuck. Do you know what I mean? They don't give a fuck. So, by the way, that guarantee of profit is something the UK does with water and nuclear power. Yeah. That's right. This shit is all still happening. It's all still, you know, neoliberalism is that fucking magic thing that just basically made like, you know, fascist stuff like very normal, you know? Also worth saying the Nazis weren't voted in. Right, exactly. Yeah, they weren't even like they got loads of votes, but they just seized power. They seized power, you know. This is another thing.
The gestures
like in Berlin, if you go there, they have this whole thing, and it's called the oh my god, what is it? The tapestry of terror, right? And it's like in the last days of like Berlin and shit, you know, when the fucking Allies and the you know, well, the communists were the Allies and shit. Were literally like, you know, marching on Berlin and shit like that. They were forcing people at gunpoint to like fight. That's it, I retracts. Topography des terrors. Yeah, right. The topography of terror, not the tapestry of terror. The reason I said tapestry is because there's a lot of hanging boards. If you've ever been, you'll know what I mean. They fell short of an absolute majority. Hitler played the president like a fiddle. Right, yeah. I can't remember what it was. Oh yeah, there's all these like these like horrible stories about like what the Nazis did, like the cops and the state troopers and all that shit, right? They were basically like at gunpoint forcing people to like make weapons out of like pipes and shit, like just like trash and all that kind of stuff. And if you couldn't fight with like, if you couldn't make a gun, they would like say, oh, we'll just get like a board with nails in it. So like they would send fucking civilians like running at like the US Army with like boards with nails in and shit. Otherwise they would get shot. Completely fucked. Like they hastily built, right? One thing that is like funny but still fucked up, but you can kind of like at least glean like a dark humor from it, is that like Hitler was so completely certain that Berlin would never fall. Yeah, they would literally like build these like because they had no time to like dig out bunkers, like proper bomb shelters, so they like hastily built these like massive fortress bunkers, and you can go and see them. There's a couple of them, I think, still in Berlin, and it's so ridiculous. Like they're absolutely fucking covered in like shell holes and like bullets and everything. There was so much fighting that was going on around them, but the conditions in them were so bad, so bad. Like there's like a story of like a little girl that like went to the bathroom one day and just saw someone that just fucking killed themselves, just like planked themselves out. Do you know what I mean? Like completely fucked, and came back and it was just like, well, yeah, I guess that's happened. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, definitely used child soldiers. They definitely used child soldiers during the siege of Berlin. Yep, 100%. The Red Army were the ones who marched into Berlin. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So fucked. So completely fucked. Anyway.
On behalf of the needy were pitiful. I mean, what the Nazis used to do is go around in the working class areas and collect alms. So they taxed
very much designer gaze, yeah.
Give money to the still poorer, as Franz Schumann once said.
It is compulsory to contribute once a month to the Venture Helper Man, who collects relief money and food, which the family saved by serving a one-dish meal last Sunday.
The Italian economy remained in a troubled, stagnant condition right up to the Second World War. In Germany, thanks to the booming armaments industry, the standard of living, at least most notably the unemployment problem, had been so bad that standard of living improved a little bit, but it never even reached 1928 levels under the Weimar Republic. So even under the Weimar Republic, for all its troubles, the levels of food, textile, and other areas of consumption and production were much better than ever achieved under Nazi Germany. Anyone interested in reading more about fascism, I would direct you to a very fine book by Daniel Guérin called Fascism and Big Business. The writings of Franz
That's right, I retract,
yeah. Worth looking at. Now, my references, for a couple of occasions here, I made references to Reagan and Reaganism. I didn't mean to imply that Reagan was a fascist. In fact, quite the opposite. I meant to point out that in the American context, Reaganism accomplished the same things within the existing framework of the political framework of the existing political system. He broke unions, but he didn't use death squads and terror squads. He broke them using advisory corporations, spending hundreds of millions of dollars showing companies how to break unions.
Right.
They broke unions by instituting one of the most restrictive and prohibitive and difficult laws, the Taft-Hartley law, that one goes back to 1940s, which make union organizing in America so very difficult. They've tried a number of times to limit our constitutional rights, the rights of free speech, the right of government accountability. They've cut inheritance taxes. They've cut the capital gains taxes. They've cut corporate taxes. They've abolished the progressive income tax. These are the accomplishments of the Ronald Reagan administration. While everyone talked about what a nitwit and a dingbat and a fool he was, Ronald Reagan did some very successful and brilliant things for his class.
This is why, this is why I despised it when they were calling Boris Johnson a bozo, a silly Billy. Look at him, he can't even do his hair properly, right? Because that motherfucker learned from the school of Reagan, right? Donald Trump, exactly the same. Look at him, he looks like shit. Oh, he's so stupid. I mean, he is, in a way, right? In the way that he, did other things. But, trying to make out that he's, it's a very lib brain thing, right? Just to, focus on the appearance that he gives. The reason that Donald Trump appears to be, not quite in charge of all the facts is because he does not give a shit. He's essentially like a Twitch streamer, right? You know, and there are moments in my stream where I've gone, oh shit, I got that wrong. But Donald Trump will never do that. That's how you do populism. Never admit you're wrong, right? Never, ever, ever admit you're wrong. Never go, oh yeah, sorry, you're right. Do you know what I mean? And if you have to do that, do it in a different way, right? Do it in a way that still makes you sound like you're right. It's fucked. Completely fucked. It's just... Right, the whole time John Key was PM and destroying New Zealand root and stem, he played a buffoon and people think he was a great PM. Yep. Alexander Boris DeFeifel Johnson plays the idiot very skillfully. Yeah, so does Trump. You know, but they learned from the best. You know, now, Margaret Thatcher was never really called an idiot, but she did a lot of the same stuff. Do you know what I mean? And I think that was probably Thatcher's downfall because she played her hand very openly. That's why she was called the Iron Lady. Do you know what I mean? They don't really have names like that for Reagan. You know, people would call him a prick and a terrible president, but only if you were really super left wing. You know.
There has been a terrible misunderstanding. I am a big supporter of Israel. I was, very terribly, saying a lot of left wing people do not support Israel, at least here in Germany. So I was so relieved to hear you do support Israel. Ophelia, sorry.
I don't support Israel. What are you talking about? I don't support Israel. What are you on about? Thanks for the money though, but I don't support Israel. How could you have possibly gotten that? How could you have possibly gotten that from anything that I was saying? You have to be taking the piss. You know I'm not gonna fucking like touch that dono, because that's got to be a troll, right? Expensive shit take right there. That person's gonna do a chargeback. I'm absolutely certain. I ain't touching that dono. Literally heard the opposite of what I said. Or is like such a fucking idiot, like trying to like fuck me over with a chargeback or something, that they think I'll believe that or something. I don't fucking know, man. Listen, do your ban request or whatever if I've got this wrong, but like, do not support Israel. No one here supports Israel. Don't support Israel, because that's fucking cringe, right? That's the whole bit.
He rolled back the social democracy
developing
in the late 60s and through the 70s. He cut back, undermined human services. He staffed agencies and courts with people in government who do not believe in government and do not even carry out the programs that Congress voted in. So within the American context, he's done quite a few things, short of course, what Hitler and Mussolini did as a final solution. And today I would also point out that in capitalist democracies in Western Europe and
oh, look at that. Who's that, chat? Oh my gosh. Oh, wow.
in the United States, the security forces have that same double standard that we discovered in Italy.
They used this person used a different name when they donated as well, and I want to just like take a look at that too. Just gonna take a look at that, chat. Don't mind me.
In the Weimar Republic in Germany, namely, they looked the other way toward violence from the right, or seemed to do very little, or seem seldom able to capture the perpetrators, unless the perpetrators are so crazy as to attack and kill police themselves. Then they go after them. But on the left, there's a constant surveillance, harassment, and in fact, sometimes outright murder. One can think of the systematic murder of the Black Panther Party, something like 30 of them killed in coordinated police attacks in cities throughout America. Or one can think of what's going on in West Germany, Italy, Belgium, Portugal today, where people on the left are being thrown in jail for astronomical sentences.
I don't know, the person's name was Weldoli or something like that, so I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's some kind of like fucking code or some shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, if you really aren't trolling, if you're genuinely not fucking trolling, yeah, like, you got it so wrong, man. You got it so fucking wrong. We do not support Israel here. Israel is a fake state. It's an apartheid state. They're genociding Palestinians, not just Palestinians, but Arabs in general. You know, fuck Israel. Like, I don't know if I can be any clearer than that.
While terrorists on the right seem to get by and get away with murder. Well, this is what we have to look at, and we have to understand that fascism is not just another ism out there. It's not just an aberration. It has a very rational side to it. It's a rational, functional form, and it can take diluted forms, and its proclivities can exist even in the democratic state. That is, within that state, those police powers and those state powers can manifest some of the very same symptoms in all.
This is why it's very, like, important to, like, recognize that shit in the police, right? You know, like, oh, why do so many police just like shoot unarmed black people, right? Why do so many police just like shoot clearly disabled people, like visibly disabled people? Like, why do they do that? Like, oh, it wouldn't be the fact that, like, you know, capitalism is like desperately trying to like curtail fascism to like work within its system. Do you know what I mean? Like, pigs are just literally like fascists that capitalism is like, let's give you money and get you on our side so that you don't fuck us over, right? That's what that is. That's all that shit is. And even then, it won't fucking work, you know? Because what are those coppers gonna do? Like, you know, they're just gonna be the arm of the state anyway. So whoever like is in charge of the state, whatever fascist state you are like desperate to like bring about, those cops are still gonna like be in charge of that. So if you're a capitalist, like, you know, they're gonna come for your dough one way or another. You know, it's gonna happen. It's gonna fucking happen.
Attributes that you might find in a Nazi Germany or fascist Italy. Don't take my
I sometimes wonder about the minor trolls. It seems like it must be nice, always thinking you won because any reaction, including no reaction, is a victory. I mean, like, look, you know, I don't know if that person, like, was a troll. Like, that person, like, might just be, like, completely fucking, like, lib-pilled, you know? Like, someone coming into the stream and, like, saying, like, the first thing, it's like, oh, you're talking about fascist Germany. Like, that's pretty, like, uncomfortable for me, you know? Well, that's a very, like, liberal thing to say, right? Because it's like, well, why are you uncomfortable about, like, the fact that, like, these horrible people did this horrible stuff in your country, right? You're either actually a fascist yourself or you're a lib, which is like, you know, oh, I gotta have, like, the guilt. Like, the guilt, I gotta openly be guilty. Like, damn, can't believe my country did this. Can't believe my country did this. Like, dude, you didn't do it, you know? You didn't fucking do it. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I just think that person's a lib. I just think that person's, like, a fucking... You know? I'm going to put on the kafir scarf I bought from the last Palestinian factory. Make some just for that troll. Hell yeah. Could be 18 and straight out of Fortnite. Yeah, for real. You know the score. Zach knows the score. Zach knows the score. You know? Because that wasn't even like a good troll. That wasn't even like a good troll. Like, what did they do? You know? What did they fucking do?
Just ask the CIA. This is Michael Parenti with some real history.
Right, Pillbug Hug, yeah. Oh, is that it?
Hi there, I'm EJ with Non-Compete. It has been quite some time since our last video. For those of you who've been subscribed for a while, partly because the documentary you just saw took literally hundreds of hours of editing and research to get to the finish line. It took a lot of, you know, digging to find photographs and footage that would reflect the actual history that Dr. Parenti was discussing.
Great.
We also hope
did amazing work, EJ.
We added brought some depth to the story that was being told. Dr. Parenti did record 3 other real history lectures. We would love to give those the same full treatment as the one you just saw. The next one we'd like to do is on the myths of the founding fathers, and it's really great. You can listen to it right now online for free, but you know, we'd like to make it into a full documentary. So if you would like to support that, we do have a Give Butter fundraiser. There's a link to that in the description.
There you go, chat.
Or of course,
go support EJ.
Camaraderie or Patreon if you're not already. And if you can't afford to donate, then that's totally fine. You could just subscribe to the channel, like the video, share it around, and maybe watch some other videos. If you did like the doc you just saw, then maybe you'd like the one we did on the industrial workers of the world.
Yeah.
And their radical anti-racist unionizing efforts in the turn of the last century. There's a link to that in the description as well. No matter what, thank you so much for your time. Stay safe and solidarity. We'll see you next time.
Hell yeah, EJ. Thank you so much. Chat, I'm absolutely busting for the bog. I'll be back real soon. Stretch your legs, take your meds. Blah. Hello. I'm back, chat. Does that latest donation count towards double feature movie night? No. No, it's got to be 310 now. Cuz I don't know if that's going to go through, you know? So there you go. Anyway, chat, yeah, please go show some love to that video. Please go and give EJ some love. Phenomenal content creator, great leftist. The link is in the chat. And yeah, you could get a kafir of your own if you go to www.kafir.org, which is KUFIYA. So like KUFIYA. fire, right? .org. So go ahead and check that out. I hadn't really thought of that. That belief that confronting your country's past means being personally responsible is some lib or right-wing shit because you have to identify with the state to either think that or be offended at that. Right, absolutely. I'm not I'm not the fucking people that made the concentration camps. I didn't fucking want them to do that. I'm sure if I'd have been around at the time, I would have been like, this is cringe. Don't do this, you know? So yeah. There you go. That's that, isn't it? So, what am I doing? Yeah, we are going to check out a bit of candy now, chat, because we've had some depressing stuff. We've looked at the origins of fascism. We've looked at how fascism serves capitalism and all that stuff. Let's check out some soul food. Now, I'm not, familiar with soul food. It's, a huge thing. I think in the south of the US, it's, primarily, African-American kind of culture of food in the south. And I'm really excited to check it out because I saw this fucking scran and I just looked at it. I've seen a lot of soul food scrans before and I was like, I need to try that because it looks so fucking good, right? It looks so fucking good. I had that in Germany recently. Someone made a joke about King Charles and I was like, oops, sorry, you're English. Yeah, I am, but he's still a prick. It's so funny to me that people would ever think that that would be offensive to a Brit. But then there are people who would be really offended by that. There would people who would be so fucking offended by that. So yeah, it stands to reason that someone would be like, oh, just so you know. Okay, so we're gonna check out some soul food cooking. So content warning for this is very, very mild. It's one for food. You know, some people do not like to see food. They don't like to see content with food. So we're gonna go ahead and have that content warning up there because I know that some people are not down for that. Properties about food. Now I don't know who this person is. I've never seen anything from their channel, so again, don't know about the politics of this person. Quite frankly, don't care if they make good food. That's not true. If it's a fascist, I'd be really mad, but I don't think she is. Anyway, let's check this out. Soul food the right way. This is
y'all, today we're gonna make a delicious soul food meal.
Stop
with some candy yams.
Oh fuck! Cheese, I fucking hate YouTube.
Buttermilk fried.
Our next witness is Dr. Carl Sagan of Cornell University, a man who...
I fucking hate YouTube, chat. Even fucking paying for premium, and it's it's just so janky. It's it doesn't even understand what I'm trying to do. Right. This...
Hey y'all, today we're going to make a delicious soul food meal with...
Thanks. Okay, good. Right, here we go. I just wanted to share with chat a link to the channel. This is Chimera's Kitchen. She got a lot of subs. She got 200,000 subs, so she's got to be good, right? But this looks amazing. It's buttermilk, fried chicken, mac and cheese, candied yams. I've never had a candied yam. Why are you saying F? Is the stream down? What's happening? Are we good? Are we good? Is the stream live? What's happening? One, two. Oh, yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah. It's all good. Thanks. Yeah. What do we got? I do a lot of southern cooking. It's a cuisine I really have time for. I love collard greens. They're mad good soul food. When soul food is good, it's so good. Yeah, just this for me just looks so good. I want to try this out. It says 2 viewers for some reason. Yeah, I fucking love Twitch. Yeah. Very, very cool. Just responding to your wrestling with YouTube. Oh, okay. F because YouTube. Yeah, it's kind of like Twitch streamer culture. If you say F, the stream's fucked. You can't see the stream and stuff. Yeah, no worries. I just got a little worried there. I was like, no way. As my stream never goes down. What do you mean? The stream doesn't stop, folks. Right, okay. Soul food the right way. Buttermilk, fried chicken, mac and cheese. Very exciting. Let's check this out.
Some candied yams, mac and cheese, buttermilk fried chicken, cornbread, and green beans. Y'all, if you are making this meal for
Okay, if you're in the UK, you don't have to do this bit.
Your family, they need to be doing something special for you, okay? Because this is gonna take
I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe this'll contribute to the recipe. I know that this person is just like washing chicken because this is like a thing that you do in the States, right? But this is mostly because of like the way that chicken is produced in the States. Yeah, she's washing the chicken. This is what I'm talking about this bit because it's important. Hey, Manticore, how's it going? How's it going? Candied yams are good. Okay, yeah. I don't know. Maybe you can skip this if you don't live in the States. I can't remember. There's a reason for it.
But it's so gonna be worth it. As you can see, I am cleaning my chicken.
No, not bleach. Vinegar. Vinegar.
Chicken wings here. I rinsed them with some water.
Getting the chlorine off. Yeah, maybe.
Scrubbing them.
We have to wash everything because it's filthy. Right. I mean, that water looks pretty fucking nasty. That water looked pretty like cloudy. You know, like there's a lot of stuff in there.
Cut of chicken that you like. I rinse it off just to make sure there's no feathers or any dirt or anything like that. You want to clean your sink and make sure, of course, you wash those hands. One thing is for
$27. Look at this bestie in the chat. How's it going? Great to see you, David. How's it going, man? Can I get a shout out for $27, please? Hate that slimy shit on chicken. Does this help with that? What slimy shit on chicken? What you mean, like just like the? It's like a membrane thing, isn't it? Like the. I think I know what you're on about. I don't know if it helps with this. Maybe it does. Maybe you can go ahead and wash your chicken. It's up to you. I wash everything the chicken touches afterward, though. Yeah, me too. The natural shit, I hate it. Fair enough. Bleached chicken happens before being sold to consumers, and vinegar gets it off. Right, I'm with you.
sure is that we are seasoning this chicken down to the bone. Okay, y'all that don't be putting no seasonings on your chicken. Salt, pepper, and garlic powder chicken. We don't do that. I see you. Okay?
Chicken bouillon.
And I'm trying to come for you and encourage you to use some flavor. As you see, I've already gone in with some Maggi seasoning, a little bit of bouillon, and I'm using some Lowry's. Y'all know we love some Lowry's on that chicken. I'm putting on some ginger.
What's that she said? Lowry's? Like LS Lowry? Does anyone know what that is? Maggi is just like, you can get these like bags of like Maggi seasoning that are like chicken seasoning, and they got like MSG in it and all that stuff. Like really, really good. It's a seasoning mix. Lowry's seasoning salt. Oh, cool. Thank you for the follow. I got to change the thing because this isn't politics. Yeah, hold up.
Ginger powder, and as well as some black pepper and some rosemary. You got to go in with the herbs on the chicken. I also love to use some sage and thyme on the chicken. This salt-free Cajun seasoning, which I've showed y'all how to make already, and some garlic that I've busted.
Fresh garlic,
now,
sage.
The garlic, the sage, the thyme, we are just busting that and crushing it so that we can get the flavor. All right, it's going to infuse into the buttermilk, and it is going to give a nice taste. But we're not going to fry that, because they're fresh ingredients and they're really just going to burn in the oil. You don't need to douse your chicken in buttermilk, okay? Just put a little bit. Cover it enough, and that is enough to get your chicken tender. I see some people pouring in the whole cow, trying to tenderize that chicken. It's not needed. All right, just cover it.
You already know that's going to be so good, right? Because this is like very similar to like when you make chicken tikka and like putting yogurt in with chicken and lemon as well, right? It just like sort of breaks down the chicken, and that's what makes it really fucking tender. Pouring the whole cow. Yeah, she's great. I love her. Chicken shish kebab, yeah, that shit too. Yeah.
And then put a little hot sauce in for the little
Maggi
flavor.
liquid, right?
Even
Gotcha.
if you don't like spicy food, add the hot sauce. It gives flavor. It's not spicy, not gonna burn your mouth. Just
yeah. So what is that, Frank's that she used just then?
it. and then put a little hot sauce in for the little
Just
flavor.
any hot sauce.
Even if you don't like spicy food, add the hot sauce.
It looks like
It
Frank's.
gives flavor. It's not
Actually,
spicy.
it looks a bit darker than Frank's. I'm not
Not gonna
sure.
burn your mouth. Just seasoning down to the bone.
Oh yeah, it's a hungry
Of
stream
course,
chat.
When you want that chicken right, you gotta marinate it overnight. So
Yep.
cover it and let it sit in the fridge. I'm using 4 medium-sized sweet potatoes for my candy yams.
Cool.
2
So not
large
actual
sweet
yams.
potatoes
All right,
would be
gotcha.
Perfect here. Peel them.
Could be
top and
sriracha.
tail.
I would say probably like your hot sauce of choice, probably, right? Like mine will be Frank's, probably, because it's like got this like very nice vinegar kind of salty taste to it, which is really nice. Yeah, sweet potatoes, really, really good. I think sriracha would probably like give it like a kind of a weird taste, because sriracha's got like a bit more of a like umami kick to it. I would probably say like a cayenne, like maybe even Tabasco. You know, the milk and yogurt is acidic like citrus. Yep.
Pieces and cut into a 1/2 inch thickness of rounds.
She must be talking in not white people terms, because my mum can't even handle Frank's. No, that's just your mum. That's just your mum. That's not even like a. It's not even like a white people thing. That's just your mum. Like, I'm always so surprised when people say it's like a white thing to like not. I think it's just because white people are just used to like unseasoned food. It's a skill issue. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I've always had spicy shit. Like, ever since I started like expanding my palate when I was a teenager, I was like, oh, chilies? You have to be shitting me. Now I literally eat like a full fucking chili. I'll put like 3 big chilies in my chili. Yeah. Yeah, your mum grew up on bad food. Right, literally. Also, like, you know, remember, chat, like, to imply that, like, all black people, like, are really into, like, spicy food, you know, not gonna lie, that's not great. You know, you can't just, like, say that every single, like, not white person loves spicy food. It's not quite correct. Just have to find your spice level. Yeah. Just gonna deny that, just because there is a bit of a slur in there. It was just a typo. Yeah, generalizations are bad, chat. You know, don't do it. Don't do it. First spicy thing I ate was veg pakora. I was like, holy fuck, where have you been all my life? Right. That first time, it's like a British thing. Yeah, the first time you have like a curry in it. Do you know what I mean? Like the first time you have like a big curry, it's like, oh yeah, like this is something special. This is something really special. It's flavor. It's fucking seasoning, you know? It's a class one too. Pure food is seen as being more proper with no spices. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
Of salted butter and a 1/2 cup of brown sugar. I really do not like super sweet yams, but if you do, use about 3/4 cup to 1 cup of brown sugar instead. Let this candy and caramelize for about 3 minutes, stirring it constantly.
Bunch of cinnamon.
With your spices. I'm using cinnamon here. Fresh ginger for that delicious.
This isn't even that difficult, chat. This is pretty fucking easy.
Fresh nutmeg.
So far, this is just like marinate stuff overnight in the fridge. I'm gonna do this week.
That buttery sugar mixture, and then I'm adding a capful of.
That's all right, Manticore. Yeah, don't worry.
You have to
it's all good.
Candy the sugar and the butter, hence the name candy yams.
Looks like it's gonna be so good. Yeah. Hey, no worries, Echo Baz. Thanks for being here.
Your sweet potatoes. Now it's gonna be.
Oh, so you just fry them in there, okay?
To add some water. Don't do it, okay? Yams produce a lot of water on their own.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
All you need to do is turn your heat down to low. On an electric stove, mine is at about like a 2 or a 3. Put
it in the cooking appliance you don't have. Wait. What's she doing? Can you get buttermilk? Yeah. Yeah, there's some shops that can do it, yeah. But you can have like alternatives as well, because like there's vegan alternatives to buttermilk and shit like that. You know. You see ideas in how white food scientists try to come up with racist theories why other cultures eat spicier. Right. Thanks for being so nice to me, DJ. I don't even think I was being that nice. No worries. Oh, you're just memeing? Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I don't like food channels like that. This person doesn't strike me as that kind of food channel. You get that a fucking lot, right? where someone will be like, okay, we're gonna make some burgers today, and then all of a sudden they're like, right, so we're gonna bake some like burger buns, so like get your stand mixer out, and it's like, who in what world has a fucking stand mixer? What are you talking about? What are you on about? Just go to the shop and get some fucking burger buns. Piece of piss, you know? You can use regular milk with a little vinegar or lemon juice. Oh, what? For buttermilk? How do you make buttermilk? Hang on. Hang on. I didn't know you could make buttermilk. Buttermilk recipe. Is this like a faff? What do you need? Milk, lemon juice, and just... Oh, right. Oh! Yeah, a stand mixer. Yeah, a stand mixer is like a fucking... It's one of these fancy fucking... yeah, I don't know if you can get that link that Manticore put in the chat. Sorry, the bot doesn't recognize you as a regular. Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those that I'll just show you. I'll just fucking show you. It's not gonna show you where I live or anything, is it? No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those dealios. It's got like a fucking thingy. It's got like a link thing, and you know, a link thing. What did I just say? Right, this is fucking bougie. I don't know anyone who has one of these. I don't know fucking anybody who has one of these. Now, I'm pretty lucky, yeah, because, like, my fucking mum and dad have, like, passed me down, like, kitchen appliances, yeah, that they don't use anymore. So I've got, like, a crock pot. I've got, like, a fucking, what do you call it? One of them things that makes milk frothy, but it's not a steamer. It's like it's got, like, a thing and it spins it round and that. They give me all this shit. Do you know what I mean? My gran had one. You put your weed in there. Only if it's legal. Otherwise, you're breaking the law, and that's bad, chat. Rice cooker. I got given a rice cooker. I use the rice cooker every fucking day. My mum's got one of those. Even my fucking mum doesn't have one of those. And she's like kitchen fucking... You know? Hot spices are good for health in tropical and damp climates. Hot spices are good for health anyway. Right, this is something that you need to be like aware of, yeah? Like, if you live your whole life not experiencing like some of the things that like people in other cultures eat, like you will not have the same health benefits. Like, this is just a fact. Like fresh ginger, fresh chili, like, you know, fresh turmeric, all like insanely good for you. You know, like different types of veg, like the variety in diets is so important. Do you know what I mean? Very important, chat. Like, you know, this idea that like, oh yeah, well, you know, people in different climates like eat that because it's better for you. Like, no, it's better for you all around. It's better for you all around. It's nothing to do with like different climates or shit like that. You know? Literally, the spices are good because they taste good. Sumac is my favorite spice. See, I don't even know what that is. I should get some sumac in my life. The most complicated piece of kitchen kit I have is my oven. Right. Anyway, let's crack on. I'm just trying to figure out how you can make buttermilk, but you just need vinegar or lemon juice, milk, and that's it. You know?
The top and let it just simmer for about 45
That sounds pretty cool, Muel.
Undisturbed. It will produce its
Turmeric's really good for you. Fresh is best.
Look, y'all, macaroni and cheese is you can bring the mac at Thanksgiving.
Chicken bouillon and salt. Wow.
Cooking those noodles in.
That is so good because that's going to infuse. It's going to infuse the pasta with like chicken flavor. Fucking yes.
Today I'm going to do a roux.
You'll know how pasta works, chat, right? Sometimes you tell people this and it blows their mind. It literally like absorbs the water. Right? It absorbs the water. So whatever you're cooking it in, it's going to absorb that flavor. That's why you need to salt. Like at the very least, if you're making pasta, yeah, in I'm not quite sure. Hang on. Most Italian cooks, yeah. Why can't I get a translation for this? Why can't I get a translation for that? Google is so shit right now. So fucking shit. Am I a regular? No, Zach, sorry. Huh? Right, hang on a minute. Italians always say this when talking about, okay, più salato del mare, yeah? Which means saltier than the sea. And that's how you got to have your water when you make any kind of pasta. Any kind of pasta, yeah? Unless you need to cut down on your salt because of a health condition or whatever. You got like fucking high blood pressure, something like that. Obviously not, you know? Hazy Ode UK, turmeric stains like a motherfucker. Yeah, that is true. That is very true. Never thought of bouillon in the pasta. So clever. Very good, very good. Don't forget al dente too. Yeah, al dente, if that's what you like. Listen, you can have soft pasta if you want. You can. But al dente, bit toothsome, you know? There you go.
Mac and cheese. So I'm putting in half
Pasta's got to be cooked in the sea. It has.
With 2 tablespoons of flour. We're going to toast this flour to give it a nice flavor. It's going to cook out the rawness, and it's going to be a perfect thickener for the roux.
Hell yeah. Quality roux. A quality roux.
After about a minute or two, this is what it will look like. And then I'm going in with a full can of evaporated milk. I think this adds a nice flavor over just using whole milk because it's so creamy and concentrated.
True, that's true.
1.5 cups of heavy cream.
I'm probably not going to use evaporated milk. Probably not. Just because, I don't know, there's something about evaporated milk in the UK. I don't think it's the same. I don't think it's the same as in the US. But it's not good.
Use heavy cream, guys. Okay, the fat content will change your mac and cheese. Use 8 ounces of your favorite cheese. Today I'm using Colby Jack, but anything that you like would be perfect. To flavor my roux, I'm using some Cajun seasoning, as well as some hot sauce.
Okay, yeah, this is gonna pop.
Garlic powder.
This is the real shit,
chat. Later on,
this is gonna pop right off.
You just have to do this to taste, guys.
Oh my god.
Okay, it's whatever you like.
Evaporated milk and condensed milk are not the same thing. Oh, really? Oh, okay. That's my bad. Alright, maybe I will then.
At this point, I thought my roux was a little bit thick, so I went in with half a cup of water, but chicken broth would be the perfect thing to use here. And I'm adding 8 ounces of sharp cheddar cheese.
Oh, fucking yeah, let's go, man. Let's fucking go.
Then I'm going
cheese is the hardest shit to kick out of my fucking diet for fucking going vegan. Honestly, I swear to God, cheese is just... Like, I found myself when I was like, you know, in the depths, in the real horrific depths of post-viral fatigue, yeah, just going to the shop and getting fucking a ball of mozzarella because, oh man, no good. Hey, half a laptop, how you doing? Welcome in.
Going to go in with my noodles. At this stage, the roux is perfect. So, you know, you could just let this just be stovetop mac, but we're going to fight if you like stovetop mac, because I only do baked mac. Okay.
Yeah. Whoa.
No, I'm just
Who's cooking mac and cheese on the stovetop? How do you do that?
With you guys. Y'all all can come, right? But I just really like baked mac. So into my pan.
This is the only way. This is the only way to do mac and cheese. You can't like, how are you going to crisp it? How are you going to crisp up the top on the stovetop? I do love a ball of mozzarella. Right, this is the thing. It's so fucking good. Like, it's the best cheese. It's just so. I fucking hate how much I love it. Honestly, it's really bad. It's really bad.
I am going.
That's exactly how I do it, Muel. That's exactly how I do it.
Delicious cheesiness. In the comments, guys, let me know if you enjoy me doing these full meal episodes, or if you just want me to stick to doing one dish at a time.
What? Are you kidding?
Really enjoy you all's feedback. Or if you have anything that you want me to make, just let me know in the
They don't
comments.
crisp it, Muel. It's so bad. That
I'm
sounds
gonna
so
go in
cringe.
with my sharp cheddar
That sounds so incredibly
on the
horrible.
top. I have preheated my oven to 350 degrees.
Lactose intolerance was barely able to make a dent in my cheese consumption. This is what I mean. There are people who, like, when they eat cheese, it makes them sick, and it's so hard for them to stop doing it. This is how insidious the dairy industry is, chat. It's really fucked. Bacon in mac and cheese, yay or nay? There's some purists out there who would say that that makes it not mac and cheese. That makes it like some other kind of pasta. I don't know. But I always thought that macaroni and cheese was like not an Italian invention anyway. Right? What do you mean, how do you crisp it? If you use a skillet on the one side, it will always be crispy. You just need to rotate it. So you're telling me, yeah, that the most efficient way to crisp up a mac and cheese is like keep it in the skillet and then like, you know, just keep moving it around and then, no, come on, just put it in the oven, man. Just put it in the oven. My mum used to put tomatoes in mac and cheese. I didn't like it. You could put whatever you fucking want in mac and cheese. You could put like a turd in there for all I care. If you enjoy it, don't put turds in there. It's gonna be bad for you. Don't eat poo, chat. Really bad. I'm allergic to cow's milk, and I would eat this mac and cheese like it was the last meal on earth. This is what I mean. Mattison's smoked sausage on top. Okay, stop. That's, yeah, too good. Oh, man. You're going to make me go out to the shop and buy, like, a big sausage. Fuck me, man.
And I'm going to bake this mac and cheese.
Then I need to preheat the oven, and I don't want to do this. Preheating the oven is the easiest thing. You just turn it on. You turn it... While you're doing all this other stuff, you put the oven on. Oh, my God. Christ alive.
For about 25 minutes.
Bite a jet.
Hello, just wanted to pop in and say hi.
With the 54 months, chat. Look at that. Almost, what is that, 5 years? No, that can't be right. How does maths work? Is 5 years 60? I think 5 years is 60, isn't it? Because it's 12. Four and a bit years? Thank you so much. Fighter Jet. Really appreciate that. Heat in the oven. I forget about it. Yeah. I know that people forget about it, but like, yeah. If you know you're gonna use it and you're definitely gonna use it, it'll be all right. It'll be okay. You put the mac and cheese in, crisp it up. Very nice. Listen, if you want to do the mac and cheese in the skillet, I'm not going to stop you. You do what you fucking want in it. Like I said, you can put shit in your own food for all I care. Like, eat whatever. Don't eat shit. Like, you know, just like you can put like candy in it. Like, just really fuck it up if you want. Like, a slice of pizza in there. Like, do whatever you want, right? Anyway. I just think this is the easiest way to do it. Me personally. And I got ADHD out the ass.
Next up, we gonna fry this chicken, y'all. Okay, now to get a extra crispy fried chicken coating, you need a starch. Today I'm using potato starch, but cornstarch would work.
All right, okay.
You're going to need flour, and I'm just putting in about half a cup.
So like a nice mix.
Starch. Season your flour with the salt.
No worries, Fighter Jet. Thanks for being here. Appreciate the sub. Thank you.
Salt. Just do that to your own.
Hang on. I missed some stuff here.
Putting in about half a cup of that starch. Season your flour with the salt-free Cajun seasoning.
Oh no, I fully agree, Ashran.
Salt, just do that.
Cheese is disgusting.
Taste. Some
it's disgusting.
Garlic powder, a little bit of white pepper. I'm also going to use thyme for an herbal note, and then I'm going to add my lid onto my flour bin, and I'm just going to mix it. If you would like to do this in a plate, feel free. I've let my chicken sit out for 30 minutes to come to room temperature, and then I'm going to.
That's an important step, chat. Don't forget the room temperature.
Fresh garlic and the buttermilk. I'm going to toss it into my container, shake it vigorously to coat it with flour.
Smart.
And then I'm going to set it aside.
No worries, my dog. Thank you so much for being here. Take it easy.
Take it out of this Tupperware. You need to make sure that you knock off all of the excess flour. If you don't knock it off, it is going to actually fall just into your cooking oil. It's going to burn and leave your oil with a really bad taste.
Yep. Don't worry, chat. The countdown is just for the blue fella.
I'm going to do the rest of my chicken the same way. adding it to my flour, shaking the coat, and then putting it on my plate to rest.
That's gonna be fucking ridiculous, chat. Oh my god, that's gonna be absolutely fucking insane. Christ alive. Yeah, I'm doing this weekend. I'm literally just gonna do this weekend. Like this is like, you know,
I allow my
sort of last like crazy, you know, non-vegan thing that I'm like gonna do before I start getting back into like potentially going to the gym next week, seeing how that feels, and then like going back into my like, you know, progress towards vegan diet. So I gotta get it done. I gotta get it in there.
Chicken to sit for about 10 to 15 minutes so that the coating will become moist. You need to do this so that it will stick to the batter. If you would like a extra crunchy coated chicken, after it sits, dip it back into your buttermilk and then toss it back into the flour again.
Flavor
I didn't do all of them this
right
way,
off.
but I just wanted to show you 3
That's
of them
gonna be
as an
so
example.
good.
If you really like that double coated crunchy chicken. And of course, just let it sit. Fill up whatever you're going to fry in with
double dip that
oil
shit
or vegetable oil and allow it to come up to about 350 degrees. I test mine with a chopstick, and then I'm putting all the little...
Oh, that's fucking smart. Hold up. You test it with a chopstick. So what, is it like the bubbles coming off it? Is that what it is?
I test mine with a chopstick.
Oh, look at that. Do all this but with jackfruit or tofu? I mean, yeah. If you're vegan, listen, I don't know if you're trying to tell me to go vegan right now, but like, if you don't know, like, don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. I got real bad ODD. The last thing I need is people telling me to go vegan or like do things differently, because you better believe that's just going to push that shit right to the bottom of the list. Don't do it, man. I'm already on my journey, yeah? Don't need people telling me to go fucking vegan. It's just going to fucking annoy me. Don't do it.
And then I'm putting all the little chicken wings in the pool, y'all, okay? Only 4. Don't overcrowd it. If you are using chicken legs or chicken thighs, you can fry that as well. To fry the chicken wings, I only fry them for about 11 minutes. If you're doing chicken legs...
Yeah, you could easily veganize this anyway, yeah, for sure, for anyone else.
15 minutes. Thighs are going to take about 15 to 16 minutes because they're a little thicker, especially if you're doing those really big pieces of chicken.
All right, half a laptop.
I really suggest you fry dark meat because it's going to be juicier unless you're using chicken breast to say do chicken tenders. Between batches, clean out your oil, and then I'm setting mine aside on a rack. Y'all see that newspaper? Okay, went old school on it. Okay, no paper towels today. Okay. Now my green beans are going to be semi-homemade. Just using a little bit of butter, a little bit of garlic, a little bit of onion, that Cajun seasoning, better than bouillon. I drained out the can, and I'm going to just cook and warm up these green beans in all the seasonings and all the flavor. I really didn't want to do fresh green beans after I went through all of this.
Fresh green beans.
I was doing today, and you know what? It doesn't matter. Your family's going to love it. Add a little butter to your candy yams right there at the end, just to give it that delicious flavor. And guys, do you see this crunchy chicken?
Oh, get out of town,
crunchy.
Man. Oh,
sweet
fuck.
candied yams. Delicious.
The candied yams sound like they're going to be the most difficult, but that looks like the easiest.
In a different video.
Whoa. You're going to make the cornbread in a different video? That's like the most important part. What are you talking about?
Beans. I've showed you guys how to make that buttermilk cornbread in a different video.
Oh, okay. No. We need to... No. Okay. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. How am I making cornbread chimera? I need to see. She's got so much. Chat, she's got so many recipes. An absurd amount of fucking recipes. So hold up. Oh, so this was only like 2 years ago. So it must be this. Moist Jiffy cornbread. Let's go. Let's go, chat.
Hey, y'all.
We're checking out cornbread. I've never made cornbread before. This is really exciting to me. Yeah.
Today I'm going to show you how to make the most delicious and moist Jiffy cornbread. Okay? You heard me. Not cornbread. Cornbread. Because I'm from the South. And when it's real good, that's what I say. Some cornbread. Now, this is an easy recipe. So we're going to go ahead and get started with these ingredients. Now, I have 2 boxes of this Jiffy cornbread mix because, hey,
There's no way that I'm going to be able to get any of this. You have to be kidding me. No, what? How do I... Chat, how do I just... What's in Jiffy corn muffin mix? Can I get that in the UK? I need to Google this immediately. You can't have, like, all that stuff that she was just cooking without the cornbread, right? You can't do that. Cornbread... wait. Jiffy... Yeah, it'll be like a tenner a box. I don't want that. Jiffy corn muffin mix. There's got to be Americans in the UK who've demanded this, right? There has to be. Oh, you could get it from Tesco? Get out of town. Okay, you could get it from Amazon as well. America's favorite Jiffy corn muffin mix. £4.25 a box. Am I going to need 2 boxes? 2 boxes? Fuck, it is a tenner. You're right. It's literally a tenner for 2 boxes. Fucking hell. Why is it got to be so expensive? Is there not like a UK version? This is the thing about like in the UK, because corn flour is like, we don't produce that shit over here. Do you know what I mean? So it's all import, right? We don't fucking grow corn and make corn flour in the UK. Like, this is what I mean. You can get cornmeal cheap. Might need to go to a big Tesco for it. How much is it in big Tesco? Poor food made expensive. I hate it. I just gotta find this out, chat. I just gotta find this out. Can you subs for cornmeal? This is what I'm thinking, yeah. Cornbread muffin mix. How much does it cost, Tesco? Where's the price? Why doesn't it tell me how much it costs? It doesn't. It doesn't tell me how much it costs. They've got it in one. Product's currently out of stock. In all Tesco's. In all Tesco's. How do you make... Right, now we've got to find out... Now we've got to find out how to make Jiffy's cornbread. Ultimate Jiffy cornbread recipe. Well, this is just a copycat Jiffy cornbread muffin mix. What is Jiffy cornbread made of? Wheat flour, degermed yellow cornmeal, sugar, lard. Oh my god. Oh my god. All this fucking shit. You gotta like... Wait, what do you mean hang on? American Grocer Products Jiffy Corn Muffin Mix. Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this. American Grocer. £2. Let's fucking go, chat. It's on. It's on. Is this better be in the UK? So many regional variations of cornbread too. Well, I don't care about that. I'm just going to use this lady's version. What I care about is getting the fucking... Jiffy corn muffin mix 6-pack for £13. You can get a 6-pack for £13, chat. Yeah, I'm all over that. That's a bargain. That's a fucking bargain. That's 6 packs for the price of what would be like fucking 2 on Amazon. Insane. Fuck Amazon. Fuck you. Fuck off. Thanks, Shafiq. All right. We're back on.
I want to make it thick, but we are not following those package instructions at all. All right. And I have 1 cup of sour cream. Now this sour cream gonna make
easy
it
to get sour cream. No
moist
problem.
and delicious. It'll also give your cornbread a little bit of tang. Okay.
Fuck yeah, that's what you
want. For
want.
our wet ingredients, we're also going to be using 2/3 of a cup of whole milk. That whole milk has that fat you need for the moisture. Now, if you want buttermilk, you can, but really sour cream and whole milk is all you need. I have 2 tablespoons of brown sugar for the people, okay? But you can also use white sugar because I love everybody around here. All right? 2 eggs.
Oh, fucking, I love this YouTuber. This is so good. I can't use, you can't use white sugar because, you know, I love everybody. Fucking brilliant.
Of course,
man.
and we're also going to be using 1 stick of cold butter. This butter is straight out the freezer, all right? Now, to get started, we're going to use that little cast iron skillet because we know that makes the
I got one of them.
And I really like to...
Okay, UK queers will understand why I'm fucking laughing right now. Maybe even some American queers are gonna be laughing with me. If you know, you know.
Use some butter.
If you know about Crisco, you know, then you know.
Flavored Crisco, it makes you.
Suffice to say, chat, you could get this in gay sex shops. Maybe not the butter flavor stuff, but you can get this in some gay sex shops.
Your pastry
this brand.
Moist and it just
US quiz notes.
Expensive, and I'm going to drop that into my cast iron skillet and set this into the oven as it's preheating. I have my oven at 350 degrees, so let's go ahead and get mixing this. In a bowl, I'm going to put the Jiffy cornbread mix, and as you can see,
see you, Von Munchausen. Thanks for being here.
And tons of lumps. By the way, you can also use the vegetarian Jiffy if you like. It doesn't matter.
On that site, the best before date is 28th of September, FYI. Don't know how fast you'll be using it. Okay. Yeah, all right, fair enough.
Now, we cannot keep those lumps, honey. Them lumps got to go, because I don't want no lumpy cornbread. And I feel like I might lose my Southern Belle certificate if I let y'all make cornbread with all them lumps, okay? So whisk it really, really good until it is super smooth. It will also make our mixture easier to mix down the line.
Great.
We're going to add our 2 tablespoons of brown sugar. But if you really
best before is a bit of a
your
scam,
mixture
right?
Very sweet. You actually could add up to 4 tablespoons. But I got a little extra.
Vegetarian cornbread. What's the meat in that? No, I think she means vegan.
Right now, all right. Of course, I'm going to put in the rest of the wet ingredients, the whole milk, and now the sour cream, and I'm going to incorporate them until they're well mixed. Please make sure you scrape down everything so you don't leave nothing behind. Now, if you guys already think that I'm doing a good job with this recipe and you're enjoying this for your...
Do some vegetarians not eat lard because it's like literally like animal fat? Is that what it is?
Viewing pleasure, please go ahead and give me a thumbs up, because not only does this let me know that you enjoyed this recipe, but it also helps me get these recipes out to more people.
Me fucking granddad, like, not my granddad that's still alive, my granddad that's dead, like, he used to have like a brick of lard in the fridge all the fucking time. Absolutely cringed. The most cringe shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh my fucking god, like, you look at that shit and you're just like, that just looks fucking disgusting. And it would always have like bits of like fucking scram on it, you know what I mean? Like little bits of like, I don't know, like he's used like the spatula to like fucking put it in the pan or so, I don't know, man. Just absolutely scrab. Just fucking grim. Completely grim. American sugar is made with animal bones. I'm not joking. What the fuck? What the fuck? Completely mental.
If you have a recipe suggestion, something you want to see,
emotional support,
go ahead and let me know in the comments, and I'll see if I can do it for you. Okay. Now it's time to put our eggs in.
Gran used to cook with schmaltz, chicken fat. It smelled awful on its own. Oh man.
Before we put in that butter, because I'm going to show you all a hack. How you should be putting your butter in to your cornbread. And
let's go. I'm ready for the hack.
You do it, child, you ain't never gonna do it differently again, because it makes such a difference in how it tastes.
It's bone char.
Our mixture is
oh, what the fuck?
Go ahead and get a grater. We are going to grate in that cold butter just the same way as if you were doing biscuits.
Sweetened lard bread.
From my girl Stove
Vile.
Kisses. She's a phenomenal cook, and when I tried this, I was like, man, it changed my cornbread world. So shout out to your girl for this tip, and now I'm sharing it with you guys.
Grate that butter. Okay, cool. Gotcha.
Okay, now what happens is when you bake,
that's pretty fucking smart, man, you know?
butter pockets in your cornbread. And when you eat
Because think about how hard it is to like fucking get like butter off the brick, you know, when it's cold. And it makes sense to not like heat it up first because that's probably gonna change like the way that the way that you make it or whatever, you know.
Have this little burst of this butter explosion.
So it was a woodworking file.
Cornbread, I'm telling y'all, it's gonna be really good. You got to do this. If you take anything away from this recipe, got to be to put in
pretty smart
whole butter.
Or
Now
flakes
just
of butter.
fold that in really gently. You don't want to break up the pieces too much. And at this point, we gotta go ahead and get it ready to bake. Now, I decided that I want to add in just a little bit of honey. Now, this is optional, but
yeah,
you
that's
guys
madness,
know
Ashran.
that
Fucking
honey
hell.
on cornbread, honey in cornbread is just phenomenal. So 2 teaspoons is all I use, and I worked that honey in, okay? Now, our cast iron skillet is ready, and you can see that shortening is nice and melted.
What's that, half a laptop? Farrier rasp?
You need that heat to get that good golden crunchy crust that we want on our cornbread, right? If you must, you can use a glass pan to do this, but I really do suggest using the cast iron skillet because it does come out
a glass pan
much nicer. Also, we are going to be baking this at 350 degrees for about 40 minutes. You be sure to check on yours so that yours does not overbake and then become dry.
Making a nice Yorkshire pudding. Well, this is it, right? It's just like using corn flour. It's gonna be something different, right? Different batter, yeah.
Now, of course, you gotta check it, right? Here's how I check mine. Press down on it. If you got a little spring, to me, usually it's good. And I also go in there with a toothpick.
Yeah.
And I check to see if there's any left. You got to check yours because you definitely don't want it to burn. Do not.
A farrier is like the horsefoot doctor, right? Like a Pyrex. All right, I didn't know you could do that.
Cornbread, okay? Now, looky here. This.
Oh, you put it in the fucking oven. Oh, you put it in the fucking oven. I thought that it was just on the hob. You don't just put it on the stovetop, on the hob. You have to put it in the fucking oven.
If you got a little
I don't know if I can do this, chat.
Usually it's good. And I also go in there with a toothpick.
My iron skillet's got like a wooden handle.
I check to see if there's any left. You got to check yours.
I'm not sure if I can like unscrew it.
Do not cook this at 400 like those Jiffy instructions say. Or you
like a pie dish. Yep.
Cornbread, okay? Now looky here. This looks real good, but we not done. Okay, we're going to take it to the next level to make this cornbread, all right? Something you going to want to throw down on. So I have 2 tablespoons of melted butter.
Okay, that looks really good.
In with a little bit of that.
Can you soak it to start so the wood is wet and won't burn? I don't know. Can I?
You want to incorporate it into
Can I do that?
butter.
Is that legit?
It is well blended because, honey and butter on cornbread. If you ain't had it, you got to try this.
I do sometimes put honey in my focaccia bread, and it's really
We are
good.
going to now take this.
Just gives it like a little edge.
Now you see me using my mitts. Guys, please use your
A
mitts.
cake tin would probably work. This is what I'm thinking. Like, you could probably do this in like a tin, maybe. Sub off Twitch so Muel can get a new cast iron. Oh yeah, listen, if we hit £900, I'll be down for getting a new cast iron skillet. Yeah, hell yeah. I do that with wooden kebab skewers to stop it burning. Oh, okay.
Super hot, okay? And you want to just brush that thing on.
Wet wood can crack and explode. Wet wood can crack and explode and warp. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I can't do that.
Hey, you gonna eat your cornbread? You can tell them I
The crust gets better with a cast iron.
Okay, back up. Because this cornbread is so good. So good, you ain't gonna want to share.
Listen, chat, we're so close. We're so fucking close to hitting that 300 pound, you know? Where are we up to? We're only 3.5 hours in the stream. This is the final day we can unlock the double feature movie night, yeah? For this month. And I've even brought it down. If we can get to 300, well, technically 310 because I don't trust that last donation. We're getting that double feature movie night. Only £60 to go, chat. That's like £10 from 6 chatters or £5 from 12 chatters. I believe we could do it. I know we've got 12 chatters in here. I know, it's a fact. Risk Inverse with the fucking £5. Thank you so much, Risk Inverse. Thank you so much for supporting the stream and subbing off Twitch. Let's fucking go. Only 11 more £5 donos, chat. And it's happening. It'll happen. You could get by with a cake tin if you really had to. Yeah, I believe it. That's just down to heat distribution. Thick iron is better at helping cook than any tin or ceramic most of the time. Yeah, definitely. This is something that I learned when I was cooking brownies a couple of months ago. Yeah, I completely fucked it up. By using a ceramic dish, the old cruisette, you know.
With nobody. I'm gonna tell you right now, I ate about half this skillet worth, and I'm supposed to be on a diet. So look, don't make this if you want on one of them.
It looks so good, chat.
Okay, don't make
it looks so good.
Take it. Okay, because you gonna want to eat this up real quick. Now I'm gonna show y'all that nice crust on this cornbread. All right, look at that. You see that crumb? Now I really ate that because y'all, I could not wait.
Oh my god, that looks so prime
and delicious. And I served this up in a class.
Oh no. Oh, I gotta figure out how she makes this. Whatever's going on there with the fucking, oh man.
Classic Southern style with some pot roast. And guys, I'm going to show y'all that recipe coming up soon.
Oh, I'm never going to be a vegan, chat. This sucks.
Garlic, mashed potatoes.
My god.
Put a little parsley on it. Trying to be
fucking
cute. Okay. And
fuck right off. That looks so good. Looks like sponge cake to me. Yeah, but you know it's going to taste different, right? It's going to taste different than sponge cake. It's going to be less sweet for sure. It's going to be like a very like hearty like bread. Oh!
Remember to feed your streamer regularly.
Prince Infidel with the 1312 taking us nicely. The 269. Very nice. What a great number, chat. You can just put that in the fucking chat right now. 1312. Thank you so much for subbing on Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I don't even know what that takes us to. So like what it would be like with the worrisome donation. That would be like what, 259, so £41, so what's 41 divided by 41 divided by 2 is like oh man, I can't fucking do this, chat. I was so impressed that I did a bunch of maths earlier and I just can't figure it out. 41, that would be like 10 people donating 8 people donating £5 a month. There you go. I fucking cracked it. 8. We've only got 8 people to donate £5. Think about it, chat. Think about it. Anyway, we're done with the food content. That was really good. I don't want to make anybody too hungry, you know? Don't want to make anybody too hungry. But that was really, really good. Make sure you go follow Chimera. She seems really cool. I want to check that. I'm gonna cook that. I'm going to cook it right up. I'll give you a link to the cornbread video as well. That's looking really nice. My god. Oh, whoa. That's the same link. There you go. djmuel, thank you so much for the £5. Oh my god, chat, we're on the way. We are on the way. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. So what is that? 7 people. 7 more fibers, chat. 7 more fibers. This is so doable. This is so fucking doable, chat. I can't even begin to tell you. No, it's okay. Don't worry. Listen, you never, ever, ever have to give me an excuse if you can't afford to support the stream. It is completely fine. Don't worry about it. Honestly. Don't worry. Right, what are we up to now? Okay, I got some more little bits. Let's check out Carl Sagan testifying before Congress in 1985 on climate change. So I don't know what this is. This just kind of like popped up in my recommended videos. I don't know about Carl Sagan's politics or anything like that, but we're gonna check out what he was talking about. Testifying over climate change in the 80s. Sub off Twitch. There we go. And I don't know what to put on screen for this, to be honest. What am I gonna call this? Based Sagan? Question mark, question mark, question mark. I don't know. Content warning is climate change. So, you know, you don't want to see any more of that content. You're going to want to miss this bit of the stream. You're going to want to miss it. Okay. I'm ready, chat. I'm ready to check this out.
All right, our next witness is Dr. Carl Sagan.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Relax, relax, relax. Now we can see if it's actually climate change or someone cooking pasta in the sea. This is really important. It's really important to figure this out. Okay. This is a C-SPAN thing. Mr. Duran... Excuse me, Mr. Durenberger. I don't know who this is. Probably like the head of the fucking Congress or the House or something like that. House of Representatives, Congress, the Senate. I don't really know all the different houses. I know there's 2 houses in the US. But anyway, this is about Dr. Carl Sagan. I don't know what Carl Sagan was a doctor of, like psychology or something like that. But he was very big on like the universe within you and stuff like that, and did some drugs or whatever. Yeah, the Nightmare Pit, whatever it is, the Nightmare Pit. I've not ever seen Cosmos with Carl Sagan, to be honest, but I know he was very, very like outer space. I've listened to like Sagan stuff when I've been tripping in the past, right? Yeah, I know, very cringe. But you know, that's that. Really, that's that.
University, a man who needs no introduction. He comes to us today from the Center for Radio Physics and Space Sciences. We welcome you, and we're very pleased that you would take the time out of your schedule to come to a place like Washington, where everything seems to be living in today and not in tomorrow, to share with us your particular view of how our past and our present may well affect our future. Carl, thank you very much.
He was an astronomer. I don't know what that means.
Senator Gore, Senator Burdick, I'm glad to be here. As I understand my function, it is to give some sense of what the greenhouse effect is, to try to say something about
1985. They were teaching kids about the greenhouse effect, greenhouse gases, when I was at school, right? So it's like, it's just so bizarre that it's been like for years and years and years. They just knew this shit, you know?
Greenhouse effect on other planets, to again underscore that this is a real phenomenon. And then perhaps I can take the liberty to say a few remarks about what to do about it. The power.
Oh, is that what you said, Ashrand?
Human beings to
Doctor of Philosophy and Master of Physics,
control
right?
and change the environment.
Thanks, Prince.
Growing as our technology grows, and at present time, we clearly have reached the stage where we are capable, both intentionally and inadvertently.
USA almost did something about climate change. Is that right? Bush Senior.
The global climate and in the global ecosystem, and we've probably been doing on a smaller scale things like that for a very long period of time. For example, slash and burn agriculture, which has been with us for tens of thousands of years probably, changes the climate to some extent by changing the albedo, the reflectivity of the Earth. That massive changes have occurred is clear from the historical record. For example, Egypt was once the breadbasket of the
oh yeah, definitely risk inverse, yeah.
It may be the same role as the American Midwest plays today. That is certainly no longer the case. It's not a greenhouse effect issue. It may be an overgrazing issue, but is an example of how humans are perfectly capable of making these unexpected and inadvertent changes. Because the effects occupy more than a human generation, there is a tendency to say that they are not our problem. Of course, then they are nobody's problem. Not on my tour of duty, not on my term of office. It's something for the next century. Let the next century worry about it. But the problem is that there are effects, and the greenhouse effect is one of them, which have long time constants. If you don't worry about it now, it's too late later on And so in this issue, as in so many other issues, we are passing on extremely grave problems for...
In the fucking 80s, like, it's at least this guy was there. Like, and this is kind of proof, right, to what Sophie was saying. Like, tens of million years in the future, billions of years, whatever it is, like, you know, or even now, like, you know, there are some, like, fucking extraterrestrials who are, like, looking in and going, like, yeah, they're fucking them up. This is a thing that, like, people used to do. They used to just, like, you know, rely too much on, like, burning fossil fuels and absolutely destroy the fucking, the planet that they're on. Like, at least there will be, like, some record of people like us going, no, we don't fucking agree with this. We don't want it. We're doing everything we can to, like, stop it from happening, yeah? And it's like, that is kind of relevant here on, like, a small scale, because it's kind of like, well, you know what? Thanks, Carl Sagan. Because you were right, you know? You died, and this was, like, a problem, you know, that was quite obvious, like, when you were about, you know, only, like, 45 years ago or whatever, however long ago this was, but still, like, wait, no, not 45, like 30 or 40 years ago, whatever, and yeah, you know, it's actually good that you were there saying that, and it's weird, like, I appreciate this as someone who's gonna obviously, like, experience, like, some of the worst aspects of climate change. Well, maybe not, like, my privilege in the Imperial Core prevents me from some of the worst stuff, but I'm gonna see it. I'm not gonna like it, you know? It's kind of like, yeah, I appreciate you were back there, kind of like, you know, saying this stuff, at least saying this stuff.
For our children, when the time to solve the problems, if they can be solved at all.
A good chunk of it, right?
If you ask what determines the Earth's climate, clearly the main thing that determines
Hey,
it
DJ Che, what's
sunlight.
good?
Sunlight
Can I get a shout out for DJ Che, please?
Not all the light that arrives at the Earth from the sun goes to heating the Earth. Some of it is reflected back. It's just the part that is absorbed.
Right.
And what happens is there's a certain rate at which sunlight is absorbed by the Earth's surface, and there's a certain rate at which the Earth's surface radiates to space. What comes from the sun is in the ordinary visible part of the spectrum that our eyes are sensitive to.
Chat, has Joe Rogan done any climate change denial? I'm sure he has, right? Joe Rogan, climate change. Oh, man. Oh, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Statistician analyzes. What is this? What is this? Oh, man. Oh. These fucking thumbnails, chat. These thumbnails are so effective. I did a thumbnail with, like, a weird green box like that in fucking whatchamacallit, on my VOD channel, and it just got, like, so many views, and it was just ridiculous. Jamie is a perfect example of someone who can't accept reality when it clashes with their narrative. Shall we see what Jamie says in this clip? Oh, this is 15 minutes. You gotta be kidding me.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Okay, chat, we're listening to this on double speed. Playback speed, double.
So the real challenge here is, how do we find a way that means the vast amount, so the 6.5 billion people who are not rich can actually get a great living by the end of the century, and we can also fix climate change, and that's only going to happen if we find the technological breakthroughs, not by telling everyone, I'm sorry, could you do with less? Not only is that not going to win any elections in the long run, but it's also just not going to be possible to convince China, India, Africa to do that. Now, what about...
Oh my god, he's a fucking accelerationist. Who is this, who is this? Is the, what is his name? Bjorn? What is this? Bjorn Lomborg. A Danish author. False alarm. How climate change panic costs us trillions, hurts the poor, and fails to fix the planet. Oh no. A skeptical environmentalist, 1998. He's been on the script for a long time, chat. Global crises, global solutions. No. Hey, Lost Futures, how's it going? It's the, a wizard will fix it view on climate change. Well, I think it's worse than that. I think it's like, it's the stuff that Sophie was talking about. It's like, oh yeah, we'll spend loads of money, creating this carbon capture stuff. And actually what will happen while we make this carbon capture stuff is, we'll burn loads of fossil fuels. Bjorn Lomborg is a Danish author and the president of the think tank Copenhagen Consensus Center. Is that right? I wonder what that is. Copenhagen Consensus Center. Oh, potential security. Wait, what? What? What did that say? Firefox detected a potential security threat and did not continue. If you visit this site, attackers could try to steal information like your passwords, emails, and credit card details. Wait, what? What? Websites prove their identity via certificates. Firefox does not trust this site because it uses a certificate that is not valid. Oh man. Hold up. Let's just go. They got like a Wikipedia page or something, you know? Yeah, everybody go check out Lost Future's YouTube channel. Yeah. He does some really good YouTube videos. Okay. The Copenhagen Consensus Center is a U.S. non-profit think tank based in Lowell, Massachusetts, founded and headed by Bjorn Lomborg. Okay, let's check out his Wikipedia page. Let's have a little look here. Looking like someone who can't let go of their twink death. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Twink death is a real thing, chat. Anyway, Lomborg was an undergraduate at the University of Georgia, earned an MA degree in political science. Oh no! Oh no! A political science master's, chat. Gonna be the worst kind of neolib you've ever met in your entire life. Gonna be the worst kind of neolib in the world. Like you're never gonna find anyone worse than this. In March 2002, the newly elected centre-right Prime Minister Anders Fogh Rasmussen appointed Lomborg to run Denmark's new Environmental Assessment Institute. Oh no, dude. Oh no, dude. You have to be shitting me. As of 2020, Lomborg is visiting a fellow at the Hoover Institution, a conservative think tank. Oh my god. He attained significant attention by publishing The Skeptical Environmentalist, a controversial book whose main thesis is that many of the most publicized claims and predictions of environmental issues are wrong. The book received negative reviews among the scientific community, including from the Union of Concerned Scientists, Nature, and Scientific American, with many scientists criticizing its assertions as poorly supported, selectively using data, and misrepresenting sources. However, it was well received in popular media and brought Lomborg to international attention. Christ alive. Formal accusations of scientific dishonesty. You just have to do like a little bit of digging, chat. Like, this isn't even deep. This is just Wikipedia. This is literally just Wikipedia. Right? It's just Wikipedia. You don't even have to go that hard. You just have to be like, okay, right, let's just check a little bit out about this guy. And there it is. Formal accusations of scientific dishonesty. After the publication of Skeptical Environmentalist, Lomborg was formally accused of scientific dishonesty by a group of environmental scientists who brought a total of 3 complaints against him in the Danish Committees on Scientific Dishonesty, a body under Denmark's Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. Lomborg was asked whether he regarded the book as a debate publication and thereby not under the purview of the DCSD or as a scientific work. He chose the latter, clearing the way for the inquiry that was followed. The charges claim that the Skeptical Environmentalist contained deliberately misleading data and flawed conclusions. Due to a similarity of the complaints, the DCSD decided to proceed on the 3 cases under one investigation. Incredible. Incredible. This isn't even under a scandal section. This is just his books. This is just his books. The 3rd paragraph of his Wikipedia page is literally just, he's a known liar. He's a known liar. In January 2003, the DCSD released a ruling that sent a mixed message, finding the book to be scientifically dishonest through misinterpretation of scientific facts, but Lomborg himself not guilty due to his lack of expertise in the field in question. That is fucking incredible, chat. That is absolutely fucking huge brain moves, like absolutely ridiculous. Too stupid to be a liar, according to the courts. It's a pack of lies, but he's an idiot, so obviously he's not guilty, right? This is again, huge vibes of like capitalism serving fascism, serving capitalism, serving fascism. Because look, this is from Denmark's Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, right? So like the DCSD, whatever that is the Danish Committees of Scientific Dishonesty. It's a fucking governmental body, right? It's a governmental body, yeah. The original DCSD decision about Lomborg provoked a petition signed by 287 Danish academics, primarily social scientists, who criticized the DCSD for evaluating the book as a work of science, whereas the petitioners considered it clearly an opinion piece by a non-scientist. Chat, this is incredible. This is incredible. Cool it. The Skeptical Environmentalist's Guide to Global Warming. So just another book of the same stuff. Lomborg's follow-up, The Skeptical Environmentalist, Cool It. The Skeptical Environmentalist Guide, this is a mouthful, man, was published in 2007. In it, Lomborg expanded his views on climate change. Lomborg starts with the premise: global warming is real and man-made. It will have a serious impact on humans and the environment towards the end of the century, right? Lomborg argues at length that warming will result in reducing total deaths from extreme temperatures due to warming in cold climates. Fuck me. Excuse me? That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense, not even from like a scientific point of view. What are you on about? The main theme is that then current approaches addressing climate change, such as Kyoto Protocol and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, were not economically cost effective. Christ almighty, dude. Christ almighty, dude. Because the most deaths are caused by people in Antarctica being too cold. It's just incredible, man. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. What is he talking about? What is he even talking about? Just more books. Oh, hang on a minute. The Lomborg Deception, a 2010 Yale University Press book by Howard Friel, analyzed the ways in which Lomborg has selectively used and sometimes distorted the available evidence, and alleged that sources Lomborg provided in the footnotes did not support, and in some cases directly contradicted, Lomborg's assertions in the text of the book. This is the thing, like, if you have a grift, right? If you get a grift and it's making you dough, you will just cut corners everywhere, right? Again, it's like this books like this are great because we're still in like a very big denial stage of, and definitely in 2010, like, oh, holy shit, 10 years ago, 13 years ago, it's fucking like so obvious, yeah, like that people are desperately in like denial. Yeah, climate denial. All the science is there. We're literally talking about Carl Sagan in the 80s, yeah? In the 80s. Testifying before Congress, right? Writing a book does not mean you're smart. Donald Trump wrote a book, gang. Although he's smart in a different way, right? He's just like what was it called? He's a scam artist, right? Smart in some way, smart. The whole definition of smart is like very fucked, right? It's got racist roots and all that kind of stuff, But like, smart in a different way. Smart in that you're like, that your audience are rubes, yeah. Try and plant as many credible sources and just hope nobody checks. Yeah, well, I don't even know if he did that. Copenhagen Consensus, Lomborg, and the Environmental Assessment Institute. The Environmental Assessment Institute founded the Copenhagen... Whoa. What's this? What are all these, like, shell companies that are doing this Environmental Assessment Institute? Environmental Assessment Institute, EA, was an independent body under the Danish Ministry of Environment. It was established in February 2002 by the liberal conservative Danish government, oh boy, with the task of making environmental and economic cost-benefit analyses. So, delaying any kind of actual degrowth because it wouldn't be cost effective. That's what this is, chat. In simple terms, this think tank was created in order to like appease capital. Yeah. So, oh my God, we're learning that we have to do a lot of degrowth in the global north, and we have to stop producing oil. We have to stop taking money from these oil lobbyists. We can't do that. We can't do that. We can't do that. So, you know, that's who this guy is. Let's see the kind of stuff he's talking about here.
The impact on climate change and natural storms, hurricanes and the like how much are they increasing? How much is the severity of them increasing? Because that's a big point of confusion for people. I've heard multiple people say that those storms are worse than ever and more frequent than ever, and then I've heard people say no, they're actually less frequent than ever but stronger. I've even heard people
Yeah, Joe, that's because you listen to fascists. Think tanks are the ultimate grift. I need a piece of that. Don't you dare, Goobernort. Don't you fucking dare. Welcome to the stream, though.
Say, no, they're more frequent and less strong. So I don't know what's going on.
No. So if the biggest point on this, I think, is they're certainly much stronger on TV. Right? I mean, you hear much more about them. Because
this guy is just a dishonest piece of shit. He's just a dishonest piece of shit.
They're such great stories. Yeah, they absolutely sell. But if you actually look at the data, we cannot tell right now. So that's the conclusion from the government agencies of the U.S. as well. We can't still tell that there's a fingerprint from climate change on hurricanes.
Yeah, I'm not going to listen to the guy who had like 287 scientists sign a petition saying that he needs to be like fucking destroyed. This was 9 months ago. He said the line, if you actually look at the data knowing no one will. Should we look at the data, chat? Data supporting increase of severity and frequency of hurricanes due to climate change. The IPCC fifth assessment report concluded that confidence remains low for detecting any long-term changes in tropical cyclone activity. However, it's virtually certain 99% probability that the frequency and intensity of the strongest tropical cyclones in North Atlantic has increased since the 1970s. That's not even like this is like from the fucking Met Office. Look at the data, says the guy who doesn't have the knowledge to analyze the data, right? Remember to be radical and find joy, chat. Bed for me. Thank you so much for being here, Rat Freak. Appreciate you. Thank you. A force of nature. Hurricanes in a changing climate. Due to global warming, global climate. Oh, this is NASA. This is fucking NASA. In brief, due to global warming, global climate models predict hurricanes will likely cause more intense rainfall, have an increased coastal flood risk due to higher storm surge caused by rising seas. There you go. Boom. Done. Global frequency of storms may decrease or remain unchanged, but hurricanes that form are likely to be more intense. Done. Over. Debunked. Completely debunked in real time. I looked at the data, dude, so you're wrong.
We can't?
So, no, we can't.
Why can't we?
Because there's such a natural variability that you can't say, oh, this increase or this decrease is because of global warming.
Is there an increased trend currently?
Right. Global sea levels are rising due to global warming. That's a fact. So that is related. This guy's trying to grift and say that like, oh, actually, you know, because it's to do with rising sea levels and we don't know don't look up where that comes from. We can't tell it's to do with global warming or not. Yes, shut up, dude. Shut the fuck up.
In the 1970s and 80s, there was a lull in hurricanes that hit the U.S. That was also when satellite coverage started. So much of what you see now is if you start from the 1970s and 1980s, there is an increase for the U.S. But that's probably spurious because if you go back in the 1950s and 1960s, there was actually just as many hurricanes. So what you do, and this is by far the best estimate, so I actually have that, I brought that with me. If you take a look at slide 4 on A in the A file, there we see, if you look at the number of hurricanes that have hit the U.S., because remember, we don't know about the hurricanes that we couldn't see back when we didn't have satellites. Right. Now we see them because we have satellites, but that's obviously the wrong way to count.
This is the most dishonest load of shit I've ever seen in my entire life. You know? Like saying like, oh, well, you know, we have satellites now and we can see, we can actually see hurricanes. That means that it's definitely gone up. It's gone up because we got satellite coverage. Oh my God. Like, you're telling me that there's no records of any hurricanes that happened before, like, the 1960s? Shut up and go home, dude. Like,
so if you just look at the hurricanes that landfall on the U.S., you get this graph.
So this is from 1900 to 2022.
Yeah, so 2022 is obviously not done, but it's probably done.
And it looks incredibly similar.
It's actually slightly decreasing. This is not significant.
Slightly decreasing from 2000.
I'm taking absolutely no notice of this graph. Don't take any notice of this graph that this man has supplied.
2008.
Sorry,
Or
no,
from
so
2004.
from 19, if you try to put in the best line, as you can see, that's the dotted red line. You actually have slightly.
Yeah. Sagan's coming back. Don't worry. It's all good. Just relax, chat. I just gotta see this.
What was going on in 1980? It looks like 86.
Yeah.
I was going to flip it. This is a contradicting chart, though.
Okay.
It specifies the North Atlantic, which this does not.
Okay. So
Jamie with the fucking realness right there. You know, I dislike Jamie as much as I dislike Rogan because he's part of the problem, right? But at least he voices a little bit of dissent every now and then. But then, you know, look how much effect that has on the audience. Jamie's a perfect example of someone who can't accept reality when it clashes with their narrative. No, that's you. That is you. Christ almighty.
So North Atlantic is where the predominant amount of hurricanes exist in the United States, is that correct? Or South Atlantic?
The thing is, is that you know what really annoys me, man? It fucking annoys me when, you know, YouTube does this shit, right? Because it's like, oh, climate change. The United Nations says that climate change refers to long-term shift in temperatures and weather patterns mainly caused by human activities, especially the burning of fossil fuels. It's like a shit disclaimer, right? It's like a completely shit disclaimer. No one's clicking on this. None of the people who are listening to this tripe are listening to this. This shit should be banned. This shit should be fucking taken down. It's just blatant misinformation. Blatant misinformation. It's like when these other guys call people groomers, and they're the ones abusing children. Well, you know, it may be less that they're specifically grooming children, but like the figureheads who are saying this stuff, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, Leum, how's it going? This is the stupidest stuff you could do. You have a system with a huge amount of energy. The energy increases, but this guy wants to gaslight physics. Yeah, it's fucked. It's completely fucked. Yeah, so yeah, we're not going to be watching any more of that. But like, you know, I just had to check. I was like, is Rogan doing climate denial? Of course he is. Of course he fucking is. Fucking stupid prick.
What the Earth radiates into space is in the infrared part of the spectrum, longer waves than red that our eyes are not sensitive to, but it's as legitimate, excuse me, a form of light as the kind that we're used to. Now, if you calculate what the temperature of the Earth ought to be from how much sunlight is being absorbed, equaling how much infrared radiation would be radiated to space, you find that the Earth's temperature, by this simple calculation, is too low. It's about 30 centigrade degrees too
Welcome
low.
back, Ashrand.
And why is it too low? It's too low because something was left out of the calculation. What was left out of the calculation? The greenhouse effect. The air between us is transparent.
Who's that, Ashrand? Who's that that's playing Dark Souls 2 that you're watching that you like?
Except in Los Angeles and places of that sort. In the ordinary visible part of the spectrum, we can see each other. But if our eyes were sensitive at, say, 15 microns in the infrared, we could not see each other. The air would be black between us, and that's because, in this case, carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is very strongly absorbing at 15 microns and other wavelengths in the infrared. Likewise, there are parts of the infrared spectrum where water vapor absorbs, where we could not see each other if we were only as far apart as we are in this room. If you add these infrared absorbing gases to a...
This fucker is absorbing absolutely nothing. Christine Love, she's a game developer. What, on Twitch? On Twitch? Or YouTube?
Planetary...
Is it a streamer?
Planet. Then what happens is the sunlight comes in as before, but when the surface tries to radiate to space in the infrared, it is blocked. It is impeded by the absorbing gases. And so the surface temperature has to rise so that there is an equilibrium between what comes in and what goes out. So this is the greenhouse effect. It is a misnomer for more reasons than one. It's a misnomer in particular because that's not how the florist greenhouse works, but that's a very minor point. There are other gases which absorb in the infrared, many of which have been mentioned already: nitrous oxide, methane, the halocarbons.
Empty eyes across the hall.
Partly of agriculture, it's fertilizers.
Just hearing Charlie Brown's teacher, I know.
Refrigeration, aerosol spray cans, and so on, all products of our technology. We don't generate much water into the atmosphere, but we certainly do generate a great deal of carbon dioxide through burning of wood and fossil fuels, an apparently benign activity. Who could object to humans burning oil and coal, gas, and wood? I'd like to stress that the greenhouse effect makes life on Earth possible. If there were not a greenhouse effect, the temperature would, as I say, be 30 centigrade degrees or so colder, and that's well below the freezing point of water everywhere on the planet. The oceans would be solid after a while. A little greenhouse effect is a good thing. But there is a delicate balance of these invisible gases, and too much or too little greenhouse effect can mean too high or too low a temperature. And here we are pouring enormous quantities of CO2 and these other gases into the atmosphere every year with hardly any concern about its long-term and global consequences. Now, certainly not all aspects of how increased CO2 and other gases into the atmosphere affect the climate are known. There are still many uncertainties, although the overall picture is, I think, quite clear and quite widely understood and accepted. But there are questions about aerosols, about clouds. You heat up the Earth. How much increase or decrease in cloudiness is there? How does that change the albedo or reflectivity of the Earth? There's questions about the ocean and its response time to an increase in CO2. There are feedback effects. And therefore, it is certainly worthwhile to spend some additional money on further research on the subject. Another point is that the significant temperature changes on the Earth between ice ages and out of ice ages, glacial and interglacial time periods, seems to be connected with quite small changes in the amount of sunlight that reaches the Earth due to changes in the Earth's orbital properties, and that is a suggestion that the Earth's climate system may be very delicately dependent.
Thomas Midgley Jr.
that we're talking about here.
Created aerosols.
That's
and
why it makes sense to study
bridges,
past climate change,
refrigerants
on the Earth as an attempt to obtain some.
So I had no idea, chat. Like, I'm like big fucking himbo. You know me, yeah. I'm like, you know, not like not an expert on like a lot of stuff. But you know, I had no idea that the way that I just thought like fridge, you know, the fridge, the thing that you put your like fucking food in and shit. I just thought like, oh yeah, it's like magic electric. It makes things cold, yeah. I had no idea it was gas in your fridge, gas that can like fuck you up if you like, you know, inhale too much of it. Like that's why they always say like never chuck like a fridge, never like attack a fridge, or if like you hear like a sound coming from your fridge, you gotta get out. You gotta call a specialist or some shit, right? He was the king of environmental fuckery. He invented leaded petrol too. Oh, cringe. Oh, completely cringe. Carl Sagan books are the best. He has very different ways of explaining models. Yeah, interesting.
Calibration. Another source of
single human being with the greatest impact on the environment. God damn, dude.
The other planets.
God damn.
Every planet with an atmosphere has some degree of a greenhouse effect. The most spectacular case by far is the greenhouse effect of Venus. It's the nearest planet. It's a planet about the same mass, radius, density as the Earth, but it is spectacularly different in several respects, one of which is that the surface temperature is about 470 degrees centigrade, 900 Fahrenheit, and that enormous temperature is not due to its being closer to the sun, because Venus is surrounded with bright clouds, and in fact, because it reflects so much light back to space, if that's all that was happening, it would be cooler, not warmer, than the Earth. The reason for this absurdly high temperature on the surface of Venus which is well understood. I mean, Soviet spacecraft have landed on Venus and, in effect, stuck out a thermometer. There's no doubt that surface temperature is very high. And later U.S. spacecraft have as well.
This is the moment that all of them stopped listening, because they're like, oh, the communists, they just made it up. Don't worry. This is why capitalism is the problem, chat. This is why capitalism is the problem. Like, 90% of that room turned off listening to him. They were already turning off listening to him, yeah. But like, they're turning off like extra hard now, because like, he mentioned the Soviets. Communists mentioned, yeah? Communists mentioned.
Reason is a massive greenhouse effect in which carbon dioxide plays the major role. Now, the amount of CO2 in the Venus atmosphere is much larger than here.
All models are wrong, but some are useful.
The atmosphere is almost entirely carbon dioxide, and there's 90 times more of it there than here. But it is an indication of what can happen in an extreme case.
Yeah, discard everything else.
Mars or Jupiter or Titan, the big moon of Saturn, and you have additional examples of greenhouse effects. Different gases, different amounts of sunlight reaching the surface, different planetary albedos and cloudiness, and in all those cases there is also a greenhouse effect. In addition, it has been possible to calculate those greenhouse effects fairly accurately, so that the kind of theoretical armamentarium which is used to calculate the greenhouse effect changes on the Earth, is also used for other planets and therefore can be calibrated to some extent against those other planets. If we keep coming out with the right answer in all those different cases, then probably we understand fairly well how greenhouse effects work. It would, however, be worthwhile, along the lines that Senator Gore was talking about, to have an increased program through NASA.
Damn, is that Al Gore? Al Gore, like getting woke about the climate right there?
Understand the greenhouse effects on other planets.
Now, Al Gore was like a piece of shit, right, chat? Al Gore was like, Al Gore climate. He really popped off about climate change, right? He did an inconvenient truth in it. So like, it's this film. An Inconvenient Truth is a 2006 American concept documentary film directed by Davis Guggenheim about former United States Vice President Al Gore's campaign to educate people on global warming. The film features a slideshow that, by Gore's own estimate, he has presented over 1,000 times to audiences worldwide. The idea to document Gore's efforts came from producer Laurie David, who saw his presentation at a town hall meeting on global warming, which coincided with the opening of The Day After Tomorrow. Laurie David was so inspired by his slideshow that she, with producer Lawrence Bender, met with Guggenheim to adapt the presentation into a film. Premiering at the 2006 Sundance Film Festival and opening in New York City and Los Angeles on May 24th, 2006. The film was a critical and commercial success, winning 2 Academy Awards, Best Documentary Feature, Best Original Song, grossed $24 million, right? Since the film's release, An Inconvenient Truth has been credited for raising international public awareness of global warming, re-energizing the environmental movement, right? But it's such a shame, right? It's such a shame, like, that, the fucking like war on terror, the laws written into the Patriot Act after 9/11 were used against environmental activists like so hard, like so fucking hard. But Al Gore was a part of that, right? Al Gore was a fucking part of that, chat. He was a part of that. So it's just crazy, right? It's just fucking crazy. Even people who are like in the belly of the beast know about this stuff, and they're like writing laws into effect that like are fucking over people who are like protesting climate change. Yeah, good night, Awesomeo. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you. If anyone wasn't aware, his family were huge shareholders in a very large oil exploration production company, Occidental. Right. Capitalism can't do the changes in scale and timeline we need. In the 70s, the US took climate change seriously. There were plans to move everything to nuclear, but they decided that it was still too much profit in fossils. They didn't want to change too much soon. Right. Yeah, I don't know if you were about yesterday at all, Layun, but like my friend Sophie from Mars made an incredible video called The World Is Not Ending. Talks about all this stuff. Spoke about this at length yesterday, yeah. Check it out. The VOD will be going up on the VOD channel tonight. Hold up. socials. He did lose an election to the guy who wrote it into law. What? Did he run it? Wait, did he run against Barack Obama? Was Barack Obama the guy that wrote it into law? I don't know. It's in your suggestions. You saw that in your suggestions? Yeah. Yeah, there's the video. Check out the video. Check out the commentary. Yeah, all that stuff. Really, really good. 8,000, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, so this was this. Anyway, there you go. There's Al Gore. Al Gore in the 80s. I think it was Bush. Oh, I thought Al Gore was Bush's vice president. Was Al Gore Bill Clinton's vice president? I thought he was Bush's. He lost to Bush. He lost to W. All right, I thought he was. Oh, I had no idea. Oh, okay. I thought he was, for some reason, this is just how, like, obscured American politics are to, like, anyone young in the UK. Like, around, like, 2006, 2007, there's a picture, yeah. I went to, like, Madame Tussauds with school, and all I knew was, like, fuck George Bush, fuck Tony Blair. That's all I knew. There's, like, a picture of me with, like, the two wax figures of, like, Tony Blair and George Bush, and I'm just, like, giving them both the finger like that, essentially. Dick Cheney was Bush's vice president. That's right. He was Bill Clinton's vice president. Right. Yeah, okay. There you go.
This might be a very practical application of planetary exploration. As you've heard, the best estimates, they certainly have some uncertainty attached to them, are that at the present rate of burning of fossil fuels, the present rate of increase of minor infrared absorbing gases in the Earth's atmosphere, that there will be a several centigrade degree temperature increase on the Earth, global average, by the middle to the end of the next century, and that has a variety of consequences, including redistribution of local climates and through the melting of glaciers, an increase in global sea level. There is concern on a somewhat longer time scale about the collapse.
That's right, Ashrand, yeah.
Ice sheet.
That's right.
And a general rise.
Dick Cheney just fucking shot someone and was like, yeah, you need to apologize for, like, getting in my way or whatever it was. I remember that, yeah.
Many meters in sea level. So,
yeah, Prince.
We have a kind of handwriting on the wall. Certainly there's more research to be done, but as I say, there is a consensus. What can be done about it? The idea that we should immediately
Damn, chat, I should have, you know what I should have done? When I was looking at the Joe Rogan stuff, I should have changed this title to Based Sagan Cringe Rogan, because their names sound the same. It would have been a little catchy title just for that one bit.
Stop burning fossil fuel has such severe economic consequences that no one, of course, will take it seriously. But there are many other things that can be done. One has to do with subsidies for fossil fuels. More efficient use could be encouraged by fewer government subsidies. Secondly, there are alternative energy sources, some of which are useful, at least locally. Solar power is certainly one that might be of more general use. Safe fission power plants, which are in principle possible. And then on a longer time scale, the prospect of fusion power. Fission.
Christ. It's like even Sagan is just like nuclear pilled. It's like, yeah, you know, delay the environmental damage. It's fine. Oh, shut up.
Fusion power plants, in principle, vent no infrared active gases.
Doesn't like doesn't fusion still make? I can't remember. Someone explained why fusion is still like ridiculous anyway, because like you still gotta mine for uranium, right? Like that's the worst thing about it. You still gotta like mine for uranium, and even though there's like no what is it? There's no waste, there's no nuclear waste from it or whatever, there's still the unused There's still the uranium byproduct or something, right? What Sagan is saying here is the way that guy who tried to say that growth is good is so wrong. He's looking forward and saying if we change nothing, this will be a problem by 2100, and then we burn so much more that it was too fast. Yeah. Some other large particle, yeah, something like that.
Therefore, whatever other problems they may provide.
You don't have to mine for uranium in a fusion reactor.
Problem.
But still, that's like in theory, right? Because it's still not been possible to do that. They've still not figured out how to do it.
I'd like to close by just saying a few words on the kind of perspective that
heavy water. That's it. Yeah. It's the water.
This problem, as related problems, pose to us. Here is a problem which transcends our particular generation. It is an intergenerational problem. If we don't do the right thing now, there are
H3 water.
Very serious problems that our children and grandchildren will have to face. It is also a global problem.
You can build a fusion reactor in your garage. Hang on. So, right, okay, no. I know what I mean now. That's my bad. Not fusion. Sorry, I'm not talking about fusion because he's talking in the past, right? Cold fusion is the one that nuclear heads are like very excited about, right? Very, very excited about cold fusion because it's like, oh, it's completely clean, it's very, very good, etc., etc., etc. Cold fusion is the one that nuclear heads are like obsessed with. They're like, it'll save the planet, it'll be the best, but it's not. It's not even remotely been looked at. Or something like that. It's got a name. There's like a type of nuclear energy that's like fusion reactors are what we have now, right? No one seriously expects cold fusion to work. That's not true. There are loads of people who are like completely obsessed with it. They definitely seriously expect it to work.
It is no good if just one.
Nobody is doing that. They've been in this chat. They've been in this fucking chat.
Prevent a major increase.
It's theoretically possible. No one knows how to do it. Yeah.
Gases, because other nations may, through their industrial development.
We don't have fusion reactors right now. So fusion is like also a thing as well. Then. Okay. Fusion is one of those technologies that is like 10 years away. Cold fusion, you mean? Always 10 years away. Right. No, at the moment we have fission, still splitting the old atom. The issue with man-made fusion is that, as far as I know, there's no way to keep fusion running with any meaningful energy output. Fusion is being searched right now. Right, okay, all right. I'm with you. Yeah. Stable fusion right now is sci-fi. Okay.
Cause the problem by themselves. And not to say that this is inevitable, but just to give an example. The largest coal reserves on the planet are the United States, Soviet Union, and China. China is undergoing...
So hang on. So you were saying you could build a fusion reactor in your garage, but they're not doing that on like a large scale. They've not done that with any like nuclear power plant or anything like that.
A very major...
But you could build one in your garage.
Industrial development. And the burning of
Is it just because it's like really unsafe? Is that what it is?
Coal is certainly
it'll just like fucking blow up
for the Chinese
because it's unstable
into,
or something.
The future. I would say that there is no way to solve this problem, even if the United States and the Soviet Union were to come to a perfectly good accord on this issue without involving China.
Anyway, regardless, whatever kind of like, pipe dream nuclear energy you know, think, it's still gonna suck. It's still gonna fucking suck. I'm telling you right now, chat.
And many other nations that will be
like I think the thing is with like thinking about renewable energy that doesn't like do fossil fuels and shit like that. You have to think about like what's the least harmful thing. The big recent event in fusion research is that they managed to do one fusion reaction that output more energy than it took to start it. Yeah. Fusion plants just shut down if they become unstable, but they don't exist. You just said they don't exist. I'm so confused. Really confusing me. We do have it or we don't. They do exist or they don't. How I understand it, you have to simulate massive magnetic field to keep the sun soup at bay. Right. The problem isn't technology, though. It's creating on the infinite growth mindset. Yes. Technology is intertwined with that infinite growth mindset as well. Only experimental fusion reactors exist. Right, okay. All right. Making a reactor that produces enough energy to make it worth it would need to be enormous and would still make dangerous waste. Right. Right. Yeah. You know. Like the shit about like batteries for solar energy and wind farms and stuff like that, like being like, you know, really, really shit. You know, that fucking sucks. And like a lot of the like terrible shit about that is to do with neocolonialism, right? Like the exported labor, like, you know, not paying people fucking dying in like silver mines and shit like that. But the long and short of it is that like there's a lot of solar energy, like, and solar panels and stuff like that out there at the minute anyway. They're in production, it's happening. And doesn't produce any waste, right? We dig these things out of the earth. Hopefully they last for a long time. And in that time, we think about like better renewables, like better way to better ways to live in harmony with the earth, right? Technology enables the infinite growth mindset. Well, I mean, I don't know, man. I think like I just think it's intertwined because of capitalism, yeah? Because like tech bros are just obsessed with like capitalism, isn't it? You know what I mean? Whereas like actual scientists are like desperately trying to like come up with this stuff, come up with like better ideas for better renewables, and they're just not getting the funding because no fucking country on earth is taking this seriously right now, right? You know?
Developing rapidly in the time period we're talking about. So here is a sense in which the nations, to deal with this problem, have to make a change from their
there's like a huge
about themselves,
a huge one that exists that they're trying to figure out. Right.
A change from the traditional short-term objectives to longer-term objectives. And we have to bear in mind that in problems like this, the initial stages of global temperature increase, one region of the planet might benefit, another region of the planet suffers. And there has to be a kind of trading off of benefits and suffering. And that requires a degree of international amity which certainly doesn't exist today. I think that what is essential for this problem is a global consciousness, a view that transcends our exclusive identifications with the generational and political groupings into which by accident we have been born. The solution to these problems requires a perspective that embraces...
All right, Shafiq, thank you so much for being here.
Because we are
Thank you so much for your work. Everyone say goodnight to Shafiq. They're amazing. Top mod.
Thank you very much. Just a...
Hey y'all,
well,
we're gonna make a delicious soul.
There you go, chat. That's that. That's that. It's that's that video. Based Mr. Sagan. Based Mr. Sagan. Okay, I might call it. I might call it for tonight. Chat, we didn't make the £300 goal. No double feature movie night this month. It sucks. Unfortunate. But there's still a chance to unlock movie night anyway if we hit £300 before the end of the month. So keep that in mind. We've only got like, what? I can't remember what it was. Like 8 or 7 people or whatever. Donating £5. I was certain we could have done it by the end of the stream tonight. Never mind. Shit happens. It's one of those things. August is a terrible month for a lot of people. I completely understand it. Anyway, With that in mind, though, I am going to hit the hay. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to upload the VOD from yesterday. So look out for that on the socials. That should be very, very cool and interesting and based for everybody involved. I'm going to be probably researching how to do cornbread, getting Jiffy, whatever it's called, Jiffy Lube cornbread mix, whatever it's called. But in the meantime, I'm going to raid someone. Let's check out who's live. Check out who's live, chat. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here tonight. It's been really good. Really enjoyed everybody's contributions in the chat, as per usual. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, make sure you're following if you're not following already. You know? Really, really cool. If you could do that. But thank you as well. I think there's been a couple of follows tonight as well. So thank you for everyone who's followed. Thank you for everyone who has raided. Thanks, Zach, for the raid. Thank you to everyone who's subbed. My God, there's been some absolutely ridiculous subs tonight. What's that? Chat. He did it. It's Husker Do. It's Husker fucking Do. Everybody say, well done. Everybody say well done to Husker Du. He did it. He got us there, man. Spicy late dono. Coming in hot with the late dono. Husker, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, supporting the stream. It's been unlocked. We got that double feature movie night, chat. We got that double feature movie night. If you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord. Follow the instructions in there. Otherwise, you will be kicked from the Discord. Not this weekend, but next weekend. We're going to be watching the old Dungeons and Dragons with Jeremy Irons and someone else. There's a bunch of other people in it. Marlon Wayans is in it, apparently. I fucking learned that recently. I was like, wow, holy shit. But then I remembered as well that, like, Marlon Wayans is actually, like, you know, legitimately a really good actor. And it's only because of the fucking, you know... Only because of the, like, Marlon Wayans, not Marlon Wayans, but like the Wayans produced, like Wayans brothers films of, like, you know, terrible comedy, scary movie that, like, just really went downhill, that anyone thinks he's a bad actor. Because he was in, what do you call it, wasn't he? Requiem for a Dream. He was in Requiem for a Dream. And he did great in that movie, even though I hate that movie. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, everybody who's donated tonight. Thank you so much, everybody who's donated throughout the month. And thank you, everybody, for lurking. Lurkers, you're the backbone of Twitch. Really, really based. Really, really cool. Love you all. There's been some other stuff tonight. I can't quite remember. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for being here. We're going to raid someone. Let me find someone to raid. I was just about to select a raid target. We're going to raid... We're going to raid Mia Bite, chat. We're going to raid Mia Bite. She's playing Baldur's Gate. Everybody's playing Baldur's Gate. So we're going to go and head over there. Pavement Ape says you're a badass looking feminist. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I am. Copy and paste the raid command in the chat. It's been real fun. Feel like I'm back, you know? Back with a vengeance. Got like 70 hours in Baldur's Gate 3 since launch. Best game of the year, easy. Yeah, it looks really good. I wish I had the time to play video games, honestly. I really do, because, yeah, you best believe I'd be checking the fuck out of that. But let's go raid Mia Bite. She's great. Please make sure you come with the raid. It'll be really, really fun. I promise I don't raid people that I don't think are good streamers, so make sure you join along for that. If you can't deal with 24 hours without me, check out the socials. I'm on fucking everything. I'm on Blue Sky. I'm on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. I got the main YouTube channel. I got the VOD channel. I'm also on Patreon. Consider chucking me some dough over on Patreon. Anyway, I will see you in the next stream, which will be tomorrow. Same Muel time, same Muel place. Stay excellent to each other, everybody. If you're watching this stream on the VOD channel, make sure you like, share, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. Mwah! Stay excellent to each other. Peace, 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 peace.